Hey everybody, whenever you're watching from, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Today we're back in the Alchemist of Ars Magna to continue our playthrough, and hopefully we finish it today. Today we're gonna commit. We're gonna commit to actually finishing the game, which means we may go over time. But yeah, this is gonna be our last session for this, and then we can finally move on to like another game. And last time, we finally finished the we finally dealt with the destroyer. We cured Kibe, and then we did some more side stories. For whatever reason, there were still some side stories. And now we are, I believe this is like the final, like, main event. This is basically just confirming the route that we're on. So I was kind of worried at the start because I was like, I'm not exactly sure how we're confirming which route we're going on, or if the game even followed like that system of having each love interest as having their own route. It kind of did, but like it wasn't very clear. But yeah, with this one, you know, it says it right here. Arya's ending is confirmed. So basically, like, we're locked in on Arya's route, which is what we were going for anyway. So we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna go on the main story, and then we'll see how much is left in the story. On the progress, it does say it's 91.2%. So yeah, we'll see if the game is lying about that, because that one time when we got like negative progress. But anyway, yeah, we'll just try and finish the game today. So, let's see this scene first. Shin and Arya were training in a corner of the oasis. Training? Bro! There's no more. Okay, well, whatever.
お、ここにおったか。ちょうどよい。お主らに用が。ああ、キュベ様危ない。ん?
Kibe, who appeared puzzled, was tossed up into the air. Her petite body arched across the air and crashed into the spring. This is why I said your coordinates for your gravity control were sketchy. Jeez. Shin removed his jacket and dove into the spring. Running out of breath, it took him about 5 minutes to pull Kibe from the bottom of the water.
なんとも罰当たりなものどもめ。泳げぬ我を泉に投げ込むとは。ごめんなさい。
Final screen of this game, hopefully. Well, not hopefully. We're gonna commit. We're gonna actually finish it. We're gonna force to finish it, even if it takes me much longer than usual. More like I didn't know you couldn't swim.
死のオリジンを侮ってもらっては困るぞ。そんな余分な機能はついておらぬわ。誇るようなことかな。
Kibe glared as Arya looked down, feeling dejected.
まあ、我に豊穣の実りがついておれば、溺れることなどなかったであろうが。
Fruits of fertility? Okay, that's a sus guy. What the?
羨むべきは豊穣の実りよ。
He felt them going further off topic, so Shin tried to get back on track. By the way, Kibe, didn't you want something with us?
おう、そうであったの。実は、お主たちに見てもらいたいものがあっての。
See what?
これじゃ。
She pulled out a dry root-like object from her sleeve. It was very old and almost fossilized.
それって
私たちが採取した千年樹の根っこですよね。
この根には、古の大地の記憶が刻まれている。それを我が権能で再現すれば、こうじゃ。
Another flashback? What? Their vision suddenly turned white and blurry. The air and sounds became distant. When the fog cleared, the entire scenery around them was different. This is...
オアシスじゃない。砂漠が消えて、草原がずっと広がってる。
この空間は、千年樹が地上にあった時代を再現したものじゃ。ダストと砂に覆われる前の約束の地の蜃気楼。
Promised Land. Shin took a look around him. The green fields covering the gentle hills were filled with fresh air and had no presence of the dust creeping over.
かつてカイソは入植の民を引き連れ、アルケウス大陸に渡った。オーズと化した故郷を捨て、ここまで来た人々にとって、この自然豊かな土地は希望の象徴であったのじゃ。
北の大地が死の砂漠になる前の景色。話には聞いていたけど、こんなに綺麗だったんだ。
お主らに見てほしかった。我がいずれ取り戻したいと思っている豊かさを、その夢を知ってもらいたかったのじゃ。
He The girl quietly nods. Shin felt he touched upon the dream of the kind origin who fought to protect the oasis from being consumed by the dust-filled desert. What? Okay, there's an audio file that's broken, I guess. The scenery is an illusion, but you can still walk around a little. You can go on a date or whatever you want. What?
これも我を浄化してくれたささやかな礼じゃ。祖師への果てへと旅立つお主らには気が利いておろう。他の者には言わぬゆえ、心ゆくまでイチャつくがよい。
With that said, Kibe turned around and strolled away, her back shrouded in the mist and disappeared from that world.
もう、キューベ様ったら、シン、どうしよう。
Well, she was being thoughtful, so... Outside, they had a lot of work, like training for their secret attack or preparing for their departure. But feeling the fresh breeze in the meadow, it'd be unfortunate to leave right away. Arya, let's enjoy this moment right now. Just a bit should be okay.
シンがそう言うなら。
Please deal. The two nonchalantly held hands. The virtual space was roughly 200 meters squared, and the two walked around the grassy fields to explore.
見て、シン。見たことない花。絶滅しちゃった品種かな。
Please, God, no. No, we're not gonna farm. We're just gonna finish the story, and then that's it. Flower in the memories of the earth. Such a pity we can't collect it.
キュベ様がやろうとしているのは、幻になったこの景色を蘇らせることなんだよね。
It sounds like an epic plan only origins and gods can do.
人間はそこまで寿命が長くないから、でも子孫に夢を託して受け継がせていくことはできるよね。
Come to think of it, the way we are going to the edge of Sosia may just be a tiny step in the extensive flow of time.
世界は終わらない。私たちが終わらせないから。だったらこれからも続く世界で、私たちのあり方も考えないといけないよね。
3.5 hours? That's actually pretty... That's... So you're saying like 0.5 hours, or like half an hour after my usual ending time? Arya. During this trip, he felt something would come to an end. If the mystery of war is solved and they can stop the calamity, their mission would come to an end. However, From now on, huh? If you think about it, we still have plenty of things we want to do.
例えば
35 hours? No! Bro, you don't want me to sleep? Bro. No, I want to sleep, man. Let's see. Arya peeked at Shin's face. Right as he tried to turn to her, Arya gave him an unexpected peck on his cheek. Arya.
例えばこんなこととか
I was being serious, you know?
キュベ様に気を使ってもらったのに堅苦しい話題ばっかりもなんでしょ
Scored straight with the installed patch. I don't know how the save's gonna work if I install the patch after. I don't know if I have to like make a new save or something.
それに私ふざけてないから真面目にこれからのことを考えてみたんだけど
Arya. They exchanged glances. Arya giggled with her clear eyes. You're right. Having a future like that isn't too bad.
なんだか曖昧な言い方だな
Then we wouldn't be able to read the story. Then let me rephrase it. The thought of making a future with you sounds fantastic.
シン好き
I love you too. Okay, well, it's a good thing the scene is cut. We can just go straight to the main story from here. Okay, that's the story. Believe it or not, yes. Okay, to the end of Zosie. Okay, let's see what happens here. A dry wind blew through the land as clouds of sand rose. With the changes in the current, the topography of the desert altered every moment, and it was no surprise to see a new dune. Among the endless sea of sand, there was a half-buried something. A metallic arm picked up a skull with a single eye socket exposed from the sand. What the hell is this?
アグリッパのエーテルギア、アルラトゥーの廃炉の回収完了。分析開始。
What? What? Who the... What the...
残留ダストに未知の物質を検出。予測にあった破壊者の原子情報。いわゆる呪いと思われる。躯体に廃炉確認。解析を進めるとともに、サブ動力としての構築を行う。処理実行。原子情報からハルモニア派の現在の状況。
What the fuck? Yeah, I kinda did him dirty, though. Standing on the banks of the fountain, Kiba gazed at the waters. Shin quietly approached her from behind.
行くのじゃな。
Yeah, to the Apostles' Workshop, the end of Sosie. I appreciate your help, Kibe. You were saved thanks to this oasis.
お主らにはこれから過酷な試練が待っておる。ここでの休息でお主らが力を養えたなら何よりじゃ。
We've gone through plenty of difficult trials already.
それでもじゃ。慢心は禁物。今度の旅はお主にとって最も辛いものになろう。
The thing with Johan, it kind of confuses me, is like, initially, right? Like we thought that he was also just trying to do his part towards like saving Sosie, but just doing it his way, right? But then they wrote him to make a deal with the destroyers, and it's like, what's the point of making a deal with literally the people who's trying to destroy the world that you're trying to save anyway? Like, what? It's kind of confusing, Like, why would he do that? It kinda doesn't make sense. A mist began to develop around the fountain. Like a mirage, the avatars of the origins appeared.
真実はおそらくあなたたちを打ちのめす。けれど忘れないで。残された希望を見落とさないよう。くじけちゃダメよ。君ならわかってると思うけど、私たちはいつでも見守っているからね。
俺たちみんな、お前に助けられた。信じてっからな、シン。お前なら、ソシエだって救えるって。
オリジンのエレメントを集め切った錬金術師は、長いソシエの歴史の中でも君が初めてだ。自信を持っていい。
Guys, he took the encouragement to heart. As he looked at each of their faces, the memories of his journey replayed in his mind. It wasn't an easy trip. After entering the academy, the days were filled with adventure and battle. They were all difficult times he couldn't have imagined before. But he had everyone around him. His friends and comrades in the Harmonia College and Academy. He also met many gods and kin. He even formed contracts with an ash demon like Namtar. That was the meaning of harmony. That was why Shin was able to stand here now. Thanks. I'm heading off. Bidding farewell to the origins, Shin turned around. By the oasis, his friends were waiting for him prepared. Shin waved at them and stepped forth to his last journey. After leaving the oasis, the journey was smoother than he expected. While coordinating with the other troops, they started to get used to the desert journey. Of course, he wasn't overly optimistic, but it was enough to give him some confidence about going on a life-threatening mission.
シン、別動隊から連絡。砂嵐が近づいているようだ。
Got it. Let's wait for it to pass in that valley. The dust will spread, so Arya, keep an eye out for ash demons.
オッケー。ソニア先生は結界の維持をお願いします。
A tremendous black sandstorm was approaching them. The group ducked into a crevice and waited for it to pass. They didn't know how many times they'd done this. At first they felt their life at risk, but now they could at least measure the time until the storm had passed while crouching in the barrier.
あと15分ってところかな。
I predict around 20.
かける？
The sandstorm came to an end at approximately 17 minutes, which didn't hit either of their assumptions. They all got up and dusted their clothes off.
強い嵐でしたわね。砂が吹き飛ばされて、周囲の地形が変わっていますわ。砂漠の旅では地形ではなく方角を見る鉄則ですね。北は。
Sonia looked up at the sky to check the direction. Right as she was about to pull out a binocular to see through the dust, she paused. Sonia, something wrong?
シン君、あれ。
Sonia pointed into the distance. Eyeing the direction as she pointed, Shin gasped. That's... Beyond them was a cracked sky. A massive cocoon was floating in the space and blocking the crack. The cocoon was dark in some spots and was covered in a cloud of dust. Oh, it's right here. Over the top right. And then, I guess this is the workshop? It was the border between Sosia and Or. It was the edge of the world. The desert of death ended there and a headland-like terrain stretched to the border. The headland had old castle walls. They were only walls and not the buildings themselves. The land structure seemed like the remains of something. Is that the Apostles' Workshop?
城壁はダストから施設を守るためのものでしょうね。工房は内側にあるのでは。
Shamash did say time around the Apostles' Workshop was stopped.
あの壁が時の領域を隔てていたの。今その封印は解かれて、工房の中に入れるようになっているはずだわ。
You can tell, Henry?
私の中にあるアスタルテの記憶が、ここに来て蘇ってきてるの。みんな、ついてきて。
Okay. Henry led the way and walked. Shin and the others looked at each other before following. Henry led the group past the wall to a rocky area near the tip of the headland. There was a hole in the rocky area, and as they went through the narrow passage, they found a large space in the back. This is...
私が生まれたところ。
That's...
繭に包まれて休眠していたアスタルテは、ソシエで活動するための化身を欲していたの。ここは、そのための複製体を生育するために作られたの。もっとも私自身は、人がお母さんのお腹にいる時の記憶を持っていないように、ここにいた記憶はないけれど。
So it must be Astarte's memory telling her this. On the inside, the cave was full of threads and cocoons rooted in. Some parts were glowing faintly, illuminating the cave.
この繭のどれかからエンリが生まれたの？ナムタルもか？外の大きな繭を見ればわかるけど、アスタルテは黒化しかかって正常な状態ではなかったの。だから化身を生み出すにも失敗を重ねた。産室にある繭は失敗作ばかり。私もアスタルテの記憶も使命も忘れていた時点で成功とは言えなかったし。ナムタルは使命覚えてたぞ。カイマだけど。私やナムタルが生きてソシエへ、シンたちに出会えたことは本当は奇跡に等しかったのね。
Looking at the torn cocoons, stains from what could have been remained on the insides and bones were scattered. Henry spoke sadly. Shin placed his hand on her shoulder.
いいえ、エンリが無事生まれてきたのは奇跡ではなく必然だったかもしれないわよ。
Zealous?
どういうことですの？
あそこを見て。錬金術師が結界を張った形跡があるの。
Oh, what? Oh, that's true.
私たちより前にここまでたどり着いた錬金術師がいるなんて。
In the corner, Zealous pointed out the staff ether gear propped up. There was a barrier spell around the staff, and the inside clearly felt different. It was warm and humid like a greenhouse, and there were tools left to nourish the cocoons. And beside the staff...
大きな繭。中身はないわね。無事巣だったということかしら。
Zealous spoke up and turned to Henry.
私、ここから生まれたの？
Henry, do you remember?
うん。
Henry shook her head lightly. It was right after she was born, so it couldn't be helped. Even so, her memory before she met Shin was also vague.
でもこの繭がエンリちゃんだとして、ここにある杖の持ち主が繭が無事生まれるよう守ってたの？一体誰が？
Is that Prelati's staff? Arya jumped at Miss Sonia's sudden shout. Miss Sonia, what happened?
この杖、間違いありませ
It
ん。
is.
フラン先生のエーテルギアです。
So Prelati actually made it. Wow. Huh?
フラン先生ってソニア先生の先生の？フランソワ・プレラーティ教授。私は直接お会いしたことはありませんけれど、ハルモニア派の先代の代表でしたわよね。そうです。フラン先生はオーズ遠征に出かけて、そのまま消息不明に。
With that said, Sonia searched her surroundings impatiently.
フラン先生、やっぱり教会まで来ていた。この洞窟を見つけて、避難して、もしかしたら生きて。
Oops.
落ち着いてください。この杖の主が結界を張ったのはかなり昔みたいです。食料だってそんな持たないだろうし、ここでは自給自足も。
いえ、私としたことが取り乱してしまったようですね。フレン君の言う通りです。先生が生きてるなんてことは。
Anyway, let's inspect the cave. We might find other traces of Professor Pelati. Shin tried to console Miss Sonia, who was sulking. From there, they went to carefully examine the area around the staff.
ここ、なんかあるぞ。
You're right. It's covered some by the cocoon, but it's someone's luggage. Probably Professor Pelati.
見せてください。
Just as Shin was trying to reach forth, Sonia interrupted. Removing the threads from the cocoon, they pulled out the dust-covered luggage.
間違いありません。あの日、フラン先生が背負っていたものです。
じゃあ、やっぱり。
死の砂漠をただ一人越えて、ここまで来るとは。ソニア教授の死も、見上げたお人だったのだな。
ここにフラン先生の手記があります。読んでみましょう。すみません、フラン先生。
Sonia carefully opened the notebook she found inside the bag. For a moment she remained silent and simply flipped through the pages.
先生、どんなことが書かれて？
オーズ遠征の記録ですね。私を含む弟子たちと別れて、たった一人で教会を目指して。先生。
Sonia's tone sounded shaky. Worried for her, Arya put her arm around her shoulder.
すみません。大丈夫です。ただ、自分が不甲斐なくて。どうしてあの時、私はくじけてしまったんだろうって。
ソニア先生。
But since you took over the Harmonia College, we are where we are today. We can stand right here.
シンの言う通りです。ソニア先生は不甲斐なくなどありません。私の尊敬する師です。
皆さん、ありがとう。そう言ってもらえると救われますね。
Sonia bowed once. She wiped her tears and with a serious look she faced the theme.
シン君、エンリさん。この手記には、フラン先生が教会にたどり着いてからのことも書かれています。先生はここにたどり着いた時点で、人家病に罹患していました。もう王都に戻るための体力は残されていないだろうと、自分の状態を淡々と綴っています。そして、残された時間で何ができるか。そう考えたとき、フラン先生はここの意味を知ったようです。ダストに侵され、国化しつつあるアスタルテ。ソシエでの使命のため生み出されようとしている化身。ならば私は、この眉を守ろう。この命ある限り見守り、過酷な世界で生きてゆくための知識を与えよう。それが、この手記に書かれていることです。フラン先生は、エンリさんの誕生を見届けることはできなかったのでしょう。けれど、最後までその身を案じていた。
So that's what happened.
人家病で、自分の死を悟りながら、その方は最後までソシエの守護者としての意志に準じたのですね。
ソニア、撤回するの。私がシンたちと出会えたのは奇跡なんかじゃない。フランという錬金術師が生まれる前から守ってくれたおかげなのだわ。アスタルテの化身である私には人のように親というものはないけれど、錬金術師フランは私のお母さんみたいなものかもしれない。そう思ってくれるなら、フラン先生も喜ぶと思いますよ。自分のしたことには意味があるって。
ところで気になったのですが、知識を与えるというのは、
プレラーティ教授は眉を結界で守っただけではなく、他に何かしたのですか？
これは重魔蘇生の際にも行っていることですが、フラン先生は生まれる前のエンリさんに対し刷り込みをしたのです。
刷り込み？
10魔は何かしらの役割を与えられるものですから、その分野の知識とか適応性を胎児段階で学習させられるんです。僕の場合は人間フレンの記憶っていう特殊な例ですけど。
In Henry's case, it was the knowledge to survive.
そういえば私、最初から錬金術の基礎を知っていたの。ダストを避けるための防塵符を編むこともできたし。
Henry looked down at her palms. She opened and closed her hands as if she was thinking of the skills she possessed.
そうなのだわ。私が生まれたばかりの赤ん坊のようだったら、とても砂漠越えはできなかった。プレラーティ教授がすり込んだ知識、生きるための知恵があったからこそ、エンリちゃんは真に賢者の石を託せたのね。
Though that imprint may have been what overwrote the mission and information that should have been given by Astarte. But the alchemy skills were what had saved Henry. Otherwise, even if she inherited the correct knowledge as an avatar, Henry could have been corroded by the dust or become an ash demon like Namtar.
ここに来て、いくつかの謎が解けたようですわね。
Yeah, and it was connected. We are meant to be here.
ありがとう、錬金術師フラン。会ったことのない、顔も知らない私の恩人。あなたのことを、私は決して忘れない。
シン君、この杖、フラン先生のエーテルギアですが、私が預かってもいいでしょうか？
I think that's something you should have, Miss Sonia. You don't need to ask for my permission.
ありがとう。私のエーテルギアの拡張に使えないか、後で検討してみますね。先生の残した思いを連れて行きたいですから。
Miss Sonia.
私なら大丈夫ですよ、シン君。恩師の行く末を知れた。先生と行く道が重なっていた。そのことが分かって、今とても晴れ晴れした気持ちなんです。
She may be forcing it, but Sonia looked rather refreshed. Shin quietly nodded back and turned back to Henry. Henry, you led us here because there's a way to enter the Apostles' Workshop, right?
ええ、そうよ。シン、こっちへ来て。
Henry led Shin to the center of the cave.
ここは産室。眉になって身動きのできないアスタルテが、化身を生むために急遽作り出した空間。けれど同時に、アスタルテのもう一つの役目を代用させるための場所でもあるの。
Her other role?
資源のエレメントを揃え、真実を求める錬金術師を、開祖の工房へと導くこと。
Then,
そこの柱に触れてみて、シン。エレメントを意識して、賢者の石の波動を高めるように。
got it. The pillar had an indent, and Shin's hand fit almost perfectly. Immediately after, Shin felt his power being sucked out of him. This is...
見て、トーチの光が壁に沿って浮かび上がったわ。エレメントの力を吸って、術式を転写しているの。
死んでなければ動かない仕掛けということか。
Shin let his hand go from the pillar. The empty feeling quickly left him as he stared at the spell that appeared on the wall.
これは転移術式。開祖の工房内部に移動するための。転移術式？それって離れた場所に移動できるってこと？
信じられません。現在の錬金術では実現していない英知ですね。さすが開祖 ということでしょうか。
Henry calmly spoke while the others expressed their surprise.
ただ私自身はこの先のことは知らないから、中がどうなっているかわからないの。でもこれだけは言える。巡礼の終着点、開祖の工房。そこには開祖ヘルメスが残した最後の試練があるのだわ。
Trya.
私たちが真実を知るに足るか、この祖師への未来を託されるのにふさわしいか、それを測るための試練よ。
I see. He nodded and clenched his fists. There was nothing to fear. This was what he came for. His body was also carrying the thoughts of many of those not present here, including Chancellor Faust, Albert, and Professor Pilati. Guys, are you ready?
愚問ですわね。いつでもよろしくてよ。進もう、シン。父さんと、かつての賢者、ニコラのためにも。
民を守るため、私は歩みを止めたりしない。
シン、みんな、マムタル、どこまでも一緒。
Thanks. And let's go.
うん。
Shin took Henry's hand. Henry then held Arya's hand with the other. Arya took Sonya's, Sonya took Namtar's. After confirming everyone held each other's hand, Shin touched the spell on the wall. Activate. Transfer spell. The next moment, Shin's vision was filled with a bright white light. What the This is...
ここが、開祖ヘルメスの工房なんですか？
Are we in sci-fi? What the... It should be. The interior was unique compared to any other alchemist workshops that Shin seen so far. The walls and ceiling were covered with translucent tempered glass, making it difficult to capture a sense of distance. Looking through, he could see the many upper and lower levels. It seemed to be a large, multi-floored structure.
工房といってもかなり規模の大きな建物のようだな。開祖はあの荒れ地にこんな空間を掘ったということか。
Are they in space?
転移で運ばれたから現在地もわからないわね。見たところそれなりに深い階層のようだけど。
It's not limited to just what you see now. Each of the blocks on the floor can have a spell applied to them.
偽装テクスチャをかぶせたり、あるいは空間そのものをねじ曲げたりということができるわけですわね。さすがは開祖ヘルメス。なんでもありだね。
Overwhelmed by the surrounding scenery, they all broke out into a conversation.
開祖ヘルメス。アルケウス大陸に人々を導き、人造の神、送信を生み出した偉大なる錬金術師。ここには彼の英知と、そして真実が眠っているの。それを受け継ぐ者を彼らは気の遠くなる年月待っていた。ほら。
A light briefly flickered and one of the floor blocks began floating. A ray of light beamed out from the cube and ran across their bodies.
スキャン実行。保護人類の遺伝子を確認。ビジター暫定登録。
What the Where the fuck are we, bro?
はじめまして。僕は当施設の管理用 AI ヘルパーです。よろしくお願いしますね。
AI?
施設の管理、銃魔のようなものでしょうか。
とりあえず敵対の意思はないみたい。サーシャ、武器は下ろしても大丈夫よ。
All of a sudden, where the fuck?
はっ、姫様がそうおっしゃるなら。
What is going on? Like, I wouldn't say that I expected that we'd go into like a sci-fi setting, but there was definitely something sus about the backstory because the way they talked about alchemy was a bit confusing. Sometimes it seems like alchemy is something like very recent, and then other times it's like something that's very ancient, which is kind of weird. But also like the idea that the ancient apostles were the ones who actually made all of the gods, and also like the origins that we interact with, right? So there's some like weird shit going on. But she seemed alert but lowered her prosthetic arms gun. So you're called Helper? Do you know why we're here?
もちろんです。この組織への成り立ちと現在の原子漏洩および侵食事象の解決案模索に来られたのですよね。
Phantom particle leakage issue.
僕のことは気安くヘルパー君とお呼びください。ヘルパーはヘルメスのパートナーでヘルパーなんですよ。
Helper bot?
はい。
Okay, I'm glad we don't need to explain. Yeah, we would like to know the truth behind Sosi and Or, so if there's an answer for that, we'd like for you to guide us. Work? Fair enough.
かしこまりました。それでは歓迎用プログラムを実行しますね。
歓迎用プログラム？
As they remained startled, the other blocks floated from the other spots. They came together and formed a human and dog shapes that resembled odd building blocks.
なんですの？
テクスチャ展開準備。ファーストステージ開始までカウントダウン。20、19、18。
Hold on, what suddenly?
シン、ブロックが。
What? Several rays of light poured from the wall and ceiling and showered down onto the blocks. With a dull, the surface changed color and shape drastically. Here, these will probably feel like. Well, to be fair, like, yeah, you're literally just going to a cabaret club or a gentleman's club or a host club. You know, we've been there before. Their appearance was like.
バカな、カイマだと。
あっちにはドールもいます。
違う。匂いがない。こいつら、形だけ、偽物。
A fake? Oh, I get it.
シン、何かわかるの？
Just a thought, but I think they are copies created after reading our memories.
コピー？
What? Ash demons and dolls. They project things we imagine to be scary or threatening.
何のために？ああ、いいえ、考えるまでもないわね。私たちに試練を与えるためということ。
歓迎プログラム。なるほど。大した歓迎プリですわね。
Maltina spoke sarcastically. In the meantime, the structures altered and increased in number. I'm out.
僕は一足先に先の階層に行ってお待ちしています。健闘をお祈りしますね。ヘルメスの光栄。
あ、ヘルパーくん。
The cubic block sunk back into the floor and the voice that called itself a manager fell silent. So the trial already started.
まったくいきなりですわね。
シンくん、指揮をお願いします。戦うにしろ、逃げるにしろ、みんながまとまっていなければ。
Got it. She nodded before turning to the others. Thankfully, everyone came along during the transfer. Everyone recovered from the surprise and was ready to move anytime. The next level, you had to get past the interferences.
さあ、力を合わせていきましょう。
よくわかんないけど、これいいものか？
私たちならやれて当然なのだわ。
よくわかんないけど、これいいものか？
私たちならやれて当然なのだわ。
これは素晴らしいですね。
使命のためにもっと強くなるの。よかった、見つけたのね。
休憩しよう。なんか拾ったぞ。
What the hell? What are these? A lot?
「この勝利がさらなる高みに導いてくれます」。
使命のためにもっと強くなるの。
Everything in Hermes' workshop looked the same after they got used to it. A series of neatly arranged blocks created light and dark areas that went on forever. That scenery extended on all floors.
これではどこまで進んだかも判然としませんわね。距離も深さも感覚がおかしくなりますわ。
錬金術師の攻防という感じがしないわ。なんて言ったらいいか、異教の神殿のような。
Yeah, this feeling is vaguely familiar.
神？
Sorry, it's hard to describe, but I know. It reminds me of when we were projected onto the map of the cosmos. That was when the floors up front moved. Cubic block floated up while rotating.
また敵か。
待ってサーシャ、あれは。
おめでとうございます皆さん。よくたどり着きました。ファーストステージクリアです。コングラチュレーション。
ヘルパーくん、やったよ姉さん、クリアだって。
それはいいのですけど、なんだかおちょくられている気がするのは私だけかしら。
おちょくる？嫌ですね。僕そんなつもり全然ありません。
やっぱり微妙に侮られてる気がしますわ。
ところで、ファーストステージということは、試練にはまだ続きが。
慌てないでください。当施設のアトラクションをお楽しみいただけているのは結構ですが、訪問の目的を忘れてはいけませんよ、マドモアゼル。
あ、別に忘れていたわけでは。
You're right. I feel like we're being teased.
ね、そうでしょ。
まあまあ姉さん、とりあえず
ヘルパー君の話を聞こうよ。
Urged my friend, Martina corrects her posture.
当施設は現在保護人類の歓迎プログラムを実行中です。このプログラムはビジターの一定フロア踏破に合わせて段階的に情報を開示していくよう設定されています。
情報を開示ということは。
はい、まずはこちらの映像をお楽しみください。
Transparent plate floated beside Helperbot. The image was projected on a nearly 5-meter wide board. Getting flashback. This is...
街のように見えるの。
見たことのない建造物ですね。建築様式も何もかも私たちのよく知る王国のものとは違っているようです。
Is this some kind of... So, the people on the Arceus continent are like... Are they like in a cage or something? And then the outside world is actually like futuristic and shit?
それになんで大きさですの？私の実家や王城よりずっと大きな塔がいくつも並んでますわ。
はるか昔、君たち保護人類がオーズと呼ぶ世界にはとても高度な文明が栄えていました。その文明の根底にあったのが原子力のテクノロジー。原子は無から有へ莫大なエネルギーを生み出すことのできる夢の物質だったんです。
Phantom particles?
当時の人々は原子の持つ無限の可能性を信じていました。その力があれば宇宙の創造さえ可能なはずだと日夜研究を続けていました。そんな科学者たちの指導者だったのがヘルメス・メギストス博士です。
Hermes the Apostle.
カイソは原子力の研究者だった。
彼らの研究は順調に進んでいました。ホムンクルスを使った理論の実証を経て観測宇宙からリソースを引き出すところまで成果を出していたんです。ところがその技術は戦争に使われることになりました。
War?
送信に管理されたソシエで王政の下にいる君たちにはピンとこないかもしれませんね。この時代は2つの超大国が対立していたんですよ。両者は同程度の国力を持ちながら異なる文化、宗教を持ち幾度も小競り合いを繰り返していました。ヘルメスはその片方の国に属する科学者でした。彼は上層部からの命令もあり原子力兵器の開発をせざるを得なかったんです。ですが戦況は楽観を許さず兵器は十分な実証試験を行う前に投入されることを余儀なくされてしまいます。そしてあの事故が起こりました。
The clip suddenly disappeared. Even Helperbot, who was talking so fluently, suddenly stopped. That accident?
どうしたんですの？この続きは。
ファーストステージで開示できる情報はここまでです。この先を知りたければ君たちはセカンドステージを突破しなければなりません。
What the fuck?
今いいところでしたのに。
引き続き君たちの健闘を期待しています。それではまた会いましょう。
What the fuck? Ignoring Arya and Maltina's disgruntled voices, Helperbot's block sank back into the floor. They all turned to look at each other.
オーズに栄えた高度文明。
原子力テクノロジーと戦争。
I'm guessing the phantom particles that they're talking about is what what these people call the dust. Looks like we have to keep going to get the answer. As they proceeded, the door to an elevator opened to go to the next floor. But okay, how much progress did that give? 0.8. Okay, better than usual. At least 0.4. Overcoming the trial left by the apostles, the group gets closer to the truth. However, a mysterious threat looms in the background.
私の糸が新しい縁を紡ぐの。よかった。見つけたのね。
自分の信念をどこまでも貫くまで。
お腹ペコペコだぞ。
What the? Salas just died. What the fuck? Personally, I revive. Okay.
もう大丈夫だぞ。敵の匂い消えた。
お、見つけた。
私たちならやれて当然なのだわ。
Oh my god. You should just get one shot. What the?
勝ててよかったの。危なかった。
You have to revive Salas again. Right, I forgot I should have changed her crest, because like, she's running the freaking taunt crest, just she takes all the single target hits. I should have given her like other defense
よ
increases.
かった。見つけたのね。
Can I use one from here? I don't have like, we have to revive her in actual combat. Okay, well, sure, I guess.
「自分の信念をどこまでも貫くまで」。
よかった。見つけたのね。
これは嬉しいわね。
休憩しよう、シン。
のためにもっと強くなるの。
お、見つけた。
私たちならやれて当然なのだわ。
Descending to the new floor, they reached a similar-looking hall where Helperbot's block floated. For the third time, the surprise factor was lost and they simply surrounded the block.
来たよ、ヘルパーくん。これでセカンドステージもクリア？
コングラッチュレーション。やりますね、皆さん。こちらの想定以上の成績です。
What the fuck?
そうなの？
ヘルメスの遺産を失いながら独自の体系を築く適応性。皆さんは観測対象として興味深いサンプルです。
何か含みのあるような言い方だけど。
So, what are you going to show us next? As Shin asked, Helperbot summoned a clear board like he did earlier. Shin and the others looked at the clip playing on the board. This is...
何もない虚空に黒い穴が開いているの。
It was an obscure scenery like a black sun floating in the midnight sky. They furrowed their brows after seeing an ominous clip like that.
これは先ほどファーストステージでお見せした都市と同じ場所の映像です。
What?
同じ場所？
どういうこと？
ヘルメス博士の研究部が国から原子力兵器の開発を命じられたことはさっき説明しましたね。これはその試作品、原子力追消滅弾頭が暴走した結果です。上空に発生したブラックホールによって都市はそのことごとくが飲み込まれてしまったのです。
そんな！
この黒い穴に町そのものが食われてしまったというのか。
Which means... Imagining it gave him slight chills. The city was consumed by the black hole. Verbally, that was the only explanation there was about that incident. But how many human occupations were there? The weight of lost lives, culture, and history were immeasurable.
こんなことあってはいけない。どうしてこんなことが。
発生原因についての疑義ですか？暴走の理由は残念ながら明らかになっていません。兵器完成を急がせた軍部の介入によるものとも、敵対国家による破壊工作の結果とも言われていますね。ある意味、事故は起こるべくして起こりました。かろうじて災禍を免れたヘルメス博士は、助手や弟子たちと共にブラックホールの対策を行います。そしてブラックホール内の原子が吸収した物質と結びつき、分解反応を起こすことを発見したのです。この未知の物質をヘルメス博士は元素の塵、ダストと名付けました。
Dust.
ダストは海藻の生み出したものだった。そんな、なんてこと。
The Cagliostro royal family was said to carry the lineage of the Apostle Hermes. Zealots who carried the blood couldn't hide her shock. The harsh truth, the story hinted at by the origins and the cause of the sage, Nicola, was slowly being revealed.
結合増殖するダストによってブラックホールは膨張していきました。いずれは全土を飲み込むという観測結果を手にしたヘルメス博士は大規模な避難計画を発布します。それが観測宇宙への植民、アルケウス計画でした。
Wait. So... They're on a different planet. And yeah, I was right. The workshop is in outer space. What the f- The clip stopped for a moment. Jin and the others were stunned by the intensity as they all looked at each other. The Arceus Project. The society we live in is the Arceus continent.
カイソ・ヘルメスは世界そのものの移住を試みた。神話で語られたことが実際にあったなんて。
観測宇宙というのは原子力テクノロジーで創造した宇宙でしょうか。それともブラックホールのように次元間をつないだ。詳しいことはわかりませんけど。
カイソは人々を滅亡する故郷からこっちの世界に導いたのね。
オーズは超兵器によって滅びた世界。
そして今も教会を通じて滅びのダストがこちらへ流れ込んでいる。
Zealous clenched her fists. Her expression turned stern. Zealous, are you alright?
正直カイソへの見方は変わったわ。今まで私は功罪の功の部分しか見えていなかったのね。ヘルメスは確かに故郷を失った人々を新たに生きる大地へ導いた。けれど元はといえばヘルメスの兵器がかつての世界を滅ぼす原因になっていたなんて。セレス、今ならなんとなくわかる。お父様はきっとこのことを知っていた。知っていて黙っていたのよ。王家にはカイソの血が流れている。救世主にして大罪人の血筋。民は救世主としてのカイソを崇めていて大罪人の側面は知らずにいる。それは欺瞞だわ。王家には、いいや、私には民に全てを明かす義務があるのでは。
Zealous was getting emotional. For her, she must have feared the blood that flowed in her body for the first time. Noble personality can be refined at times.
落ち着きなさい、セレス。あなたにはなぜ王家が真実を隠さなくてはならなかったか、その視点が抜け落ちているのではなくて。
未知の大地への入植には困難が伴う。事業を指導する王家への不満が募れば、せっかくの新天地に無用な争いが生まれてしまいます。
かつて悲惨な戦争で滅びた歴史をカイソは繰り返したくなかったのかもしれませんね。
Sasha and Miss Sonia spoke up to defend the royal family. Zealous continued to look down and shook her head.
おっしゃることはわかります。けれどそれは王家に都合のいい見方です。祖師へ開拓のための嘘なら、その目的を達した時点で王家は身を引けばよかった。私の家はこれまでその所業とは釣り合わない不当な利を得てしまったのでは。
Zealous, I don't think so. Even if the apostles were to blame, their descendants don't have to carry their burden. No, responsibility-wise, I think royals did more than enough. If it weren't for the Megistus royal family, we wouldn't have been able to deal with the Oblivion as we do now. The Cagliostro Academy of Magic was an institution under the direct control of the kingdom. Alchemists from the academy helped build the future of Socie. They built weather stations to monitor the dust, and organized an army to fight against ash demons and dust-related phenomena. Even during Shin's time, the royal family was a necessity.
シン、そうね、あなたの言う通りかもしれない。罪を犯したから身を引くなんて、それこそ無責任。過去の歴史は歴史。それを学んだ上で、私は自分に何ができるか考えなければ。
And that is why we're here this very moment.
ありがとう、シン。気の迷いを晴らしてくれて。
Don't worry about it. You always do the same and help me keep going too. With that said, Jin patted Zealous on the shoulder and laughed. Oh yeah, Helperbot, is that all the information we can get on this floor? Or is the trial still going?
あれ、そういえばさっきから黙ったままだけど。
Finding it strange, they all looked into the helper bot's cube. Helper bot remained silent.
どうしたんだろう。
壊れたか？ツンツン。
Namtar poked the cube with the tip of her spear. The next moment, the surface of the glass body suddenly flashed red.
今ので本当に壊しちゃった？
ナモタル、そんな強くやってないぞ。
失礼しました。想定外の事態が発生したため、状況の分析にリソースを割いていました。
The light on Helper Bot's cube returned to its normal shade. Shin tilted his head at the voice that came out. What was the unexpected situation?
当施設に侵入者がありました。現在、システムの 13% が掌握されています。
An intruder?
私たちの他に開祖の工房に立ち入った者がいるというのか。
一体誰が考えられません。
The destroyer, Agrippa's name, popped into Shin's mind, but the sage Nicola returned to dust and the curse should have been extinguished. There was no way for them to come this far.
システムを掌握とおっしゃいましたわね。大丈夫ですの？
侵入者は高度な術式の制御技術があるようですね。ただいま凍結していたリソースを解放して対処に当たっています。
Is there anything we can do?
心配はいりません。皆さんは気にせず、試練の続きを。
The noise was mixed in Helper's Bot's voice. The cube's light flickered and it was clear that it was strained.
ちょっと、本当に大丈夫ですの？
サードステージ、ゲートを開放します。
Without answering Maltina's question, the Helper Bot was processing the necessary sequences. As soon as the elevator to the next level was activated behind them, the Helper Bot block went silent.
ツンツン。ツンツン。ダメだ。今度は動かない。
侵入者のことは気にせず進んでってことだと思うけど、どうしよう、シン。
Shin took a moment to think about it, but he quickly responded. Let's keep going.
いいんですか？侵入者はおそらく錬金術師です。ヘルパー君の様子から見て相当の脅威なのでは。
Which is why, if the intruder is out to take over the workshop, he'll try and reach the deepest level. Instead of randomly searching for the intruder, we should proceed while clearing the trials.
なるほど。道理だな。
僕もシンさんの言う通りだと思います。ヘルパー君が対処できるならそれで済む話ですから。
相手が管理者の手に余るほどの強敵なら結局出会うことになるというわけね。
何者かはまだわからない。けれど、何か嫌な予感がするの。
Yeah. Shin and Enri shared the same feeling. They should have defeated the destroyer, but the eerie feeling when he was possessed by the curse was back again. Right. If the dust was the altered material derived from the phantom particles, then where did the hatred woven into the dust come from? Is there an answer to that in the truth up ahead? Let's go. I feel like we don't have much time left. Everyone nodded with a serious look in response to Shin's words. Part 4 again. Okay. This is really dragging on, huh? The workshop system is taken over by Sun. Sensing an immeasurable evil, Shin and his friends begin a battle with an unknown enemy.
新しい発見が待っているのだわ。
これは素晴らしいですね。
よかった。見つけたのね。
よし、この調子でいこう。ちょっと休憩していこうか。
I think we have to get the key.
自分の信念をどこまでも貫くまで。
ここは興味深いですね。
私たちならやれて当然なのだわ。
For some time now, the lights in the facility were turned off. Only the dim red emergency light illuminated the glass structure. Virtual enemies they encountered many times on the upper floor were not to be seen. Everyone knew without saying that something unexpected was going on that wasn't part of the trials. Then,
サードステクリア。
in the hall, the helper bot's key floated while flickering eerily. Its voice was mixed with noises and was barely audible.
ますますおかしくなってますわよ。大丈夫ですの？
僕は大丈夫。それでは新しい情報か維持。
After a snap, the helper bot's cube shut off. They waited for a while, but there was no response. There wasn't any video playback like before, and it seemed like its mechanisms completely stopped.
壊れたか？直せるか？
No, it seems like a different technology than the alchemy I know. But Shin touched the cube regardless. If there was a device or connector for the spell, we can maybe analyze it from there. Then,
動き出した。
さすがだな、シン。やるな。
but I didn't do anything. Startled, Shin looked at the mirrored surface of the cube. The scan line ran down the middle, and in a few seconds it came together to form an outline of a face made of codes.
再起動正常に完了。攻防内システム復帰。同期中。
ヘルパー君、平気なの？侵入者は？
問題はない。現在適切な処置を実行中だ。異分子を排除するための戦力は投入済み。間もなく快適する。
そう、それならいいけど。
That was when an unknown discomfort crossed Shin's mind. What could it? He felt as if he was overlooking something terrifying. Helperbot, can I ask you something? What kind of disclosed information about the truth will you show us for this level?
真実。真実か。
Oh, okay. He's been hacked. Helperbot's synthesized voice responded to Shin in a calm tone.
真実。そんなものは、この組織には存在しない。あるのは疑心と、王家による欺瞞に満ちた管理統制と、保護人類という家畜たちの無意な営みのみ。
That's not Helperbot. You're... Shin instantly activated his blade, swinging his liquid metal and cut the cube in two. Though, a moment earlier, the closed gate suddenly opened. From there, a large number of dolls broke into the room. We're surrounded. Ambush positions.
いつの間に？姫様には近づかせん。
影縛り、白人。
Sasha and friends' immediate attacks stopped the intruder's movement. Their bodies shattered and the artificial limbs broke off.
ドールですって？
Okay, maybe they're not in space, actually.
見た目だけ似せたものではない。本物です。これは。
敵増援、来ます。
近づかせない。失踪。オベックスウィンドウ。
Bars that extended from Henry's nails knocked down several dolls, but the dolls continued to appear and it was impossible to deal with them all. Interesting. Well, the helper bot got hacked. At this rate.
シン、みんな、こっち！こっちにはまだドールが来てないよ！
急いで。糸の結界が食い止めてる間に。
走れ、追いつかれる。
まったく何が起こってるんですの？
So the helper bot got hacked by the intruder, which is probably how did he survive the explosion though? Unless he uploaded his like brain to a doll beforehand, so when he died, he had like a replacement.
もう大丈夫だぞ。敵の匂い消えた。少し休憩しましょう。お茶はどうですか？
錬金術の奥義は戦いにも通じているんだ。
よかった。
Oh,
見つけた
sapphire.
のね。
これは嬉しいわね。
ここなら大丈夫そうですね。 なんか
Anything
拾
about
った
that?
ぞ。
Yeah, so apparently that's what happened with the weapon that they developed. It was rushed, so they had like basically an equivalent of like a nuclear accident, but instead of radiation, they made like a mini black hole that was just eating everything. And so Hermes and his other like scientists and stuff decided to try and save the rest of the people who are still around, and like they brought them to Arceus, which presumably is like
この勝利がさらなる高みに導いてくれます。
an outer space colony for like the original planet, something. And like it as a side effect of like the phantom particle
これ
weapons,
が私の騎士道よ。
dust was like being emitted.
ここで少しリラックス。
So actually like the oblivions and like the dust and like spreading is literally just the black hole that's like slowly inching towards the freaking colony, the protected colony that they made. Jin and his team were running down a passage while dodging enemy attacks. On the way, they were blocked many times by the dolls and had to either fight them off or change their route.
こいつだ。強くないけどしつこいぞ。
このままじゃ散り品です。なんとかしないと。
シン、気づいたか？
Yeah, just a bit. He knew that Sasha was hinting at. Shin sensed strategic actions from the surprise encounters. I think we're getting led without knowing, aren't we? I bet we'll reach the intruder controlling the dolls at the end.
我々はそいつの手のひらの上ということか。
Depends on how you see it. Even if the intruder has traps set, we still have a chance if we can get close.
いいわね。その考え方嫌いじゃないわ。
Sala started off the ground and sped up. Her rapier flashed like an electric bolt and pierced the doll's operational drives.
どうやらゴールが見えてきたみたい。
Finally. As they went down the stairs, they reached a large room. Unlike the places they've gone through so far, lights were illuminating the space. Unfamiliar equipment, capsules the size of a bed were aligned, and on the wall was a large screen projecting some sort of three-dimensional image. The image caught Shin's eye for a while.
遅かったな、翔くん。君たちが開祖の試練とやらに付き合っている間に、こちらは施設の乗っ取りを済ませてしまったよ。
A talking doll? He stood there quietly by the corner of the 3D image. At a glance one could tell he was a doll, but the golden armor and the decorative robe set him apart from the other dolls.
はじめまして、 というべきか、また会ったというべきか。この姿で顔を合わせるのは初めてだが。
The golden doll raised his hand as mass-produced models emerged from the massive hall. All of them raised their guns and aimed toward the group.
やっぱり罠。それにしてもあのゴージャスなドールは一体。
形状は2型の系列のようだけど。
わからないかね。私はヨハン。
Shock spread amongst them like a ripple. Johann? Did you say Johann? The golden doll that spoke the human language overlapped with the image of Professor Johann's intelligent appearance in Shin's mind.
何を言っていますの？あなたがヨハン教授？ありえませんわ。彼は死にました。もうこの世にはいませんのに。
そうだ。ヨハン・アマルトゥの遺体は軍が回収し、私も見聞している。あの男が死んだのは間違いない。
肉体の死などさまつな問題だ。私はあらゆる事態を想定し準備を整えていた。私しか知らない極秘鉱物、そこで製造を進めていた第三世代のドールに自分の記憶と知識を移植する手はずをな。この躯体は人間ヨハンが死ぬと同時に起動する設定になっていた。もっと完成度は 70% ほどだったので、起動から開発完了までそれなりの事実を要したのだがね。
The golden doll spoke casually. The voice and tone were like Professor Johann himself, and his speech almost proved his words were true.
開発と並行して私は隠密裏にドールたちを動かし情報の収集に努めた。君たちハルモニア派の動向を知り、人間ヨハンが独自に知っていた破壊者の情報と合わせてオーズへの追跡を決めた。
So that's why you're here.
人を捨てドールになってまで私たちを追ってきたなんて。
人間の肉体にさしたる意味はない。むしろ戦略上の糧になることを今の私は知っている。君たちは疑問に思わないのか？私がどうやってこの場に立っているのか。
Well, the Apostles' Workshop was protected with multiple layers of security. Professor Johann was an advanced alchemist, but even so, it was hard to imagine that he could hack the system of this facility. But this was reality. The doll who claimed to be Professor Johann is taking control of the facility manager helper bot.
そうだな。今の私はノスタルジックな干渉とは無縁だが、一つ抗議といこうか。愚昧な君たちのためにね。
その嫌みったらしい言い方、間違いなくヨハン教授。ずいぶん余裕ですね。数の優位が絶対ではないと思いますが。
状況把握はできているつもりだよ。君たちこそ己の力を過信しているな。
The golden doll touched the armor by its abdomen. A shutter that appeared to be used for maintenance opened. The doll then inserted a mechanism into the opening. Quickly pulling it out, the mechanical fingers grasped an obsidian-looking crystal.
これは破壊者アグリッパの使っていたエーテルギア、アルラトゥーの廃炉の核だ。
あのドクロ、カイマやダストを操るときに使っていた。
そう、この結晶はドクロから摘出した。多量のダストを吸いながら朽ちることなく、むしろ成長していた黒の鉱。これを取り込むことで私は破壊者の持つ知識のフィードバックを行った。ダストや汚れに耐性を持つドールの躯体だからこそできたことだ。さもなければ哀れな賢人ニコラのように呪いに疲れた狂人となり果てた末に人化していただろうな。
The golden doll let out a snicker. Shin couldn't help but feel disturbed by the fact that the doll was smiling, which was an emotion unique to humans. Knowledge of the destroyer, is that the ability to control the dust?
それだけではない。そもそも君は破壊者の正体についてどのように捉えている？
The hatred contained in the corruption from the dust, a cursed spell that changes humans.
引き換えに英知という恩恵を与える。
The golden doll held up his index finger. He walked gracefully with his heels clicking like they were in the middle of a real lecture.
教えてあげよう。アグリッパはヘルメスの弟子。我々がカイソと呼ぶオーズの研究者集団の一人だったのだ。
Oh, this is like the real Agrippa, not Nicola possessed by Agrippa, but like the actual Agrippa.
カイソ。アグリッパがカイソの一人だというのですか？
And he was a disciple of Hermes?
そう。君が呪いと呼んだダストに織り込まれた術式。それはカイソ・アグリッパの魂を情報化し、転写したものなのだ。当然そこにはカイソの知識が含まれる。ダストの制御、カイマの統制、そして
The doll spread his arms. That was when a gas erupted vigorously from the walls of the dome.
カイソならメインシステムを掌握する方法も心得ているというわけ。
What? They were all immediately covered with the gas. Although he covered his mouth in a hurry, he began losing his strength and placed his hand on the wall. This is...
力が抜けて。
Henry, Arya, Celis, and his friends were all collapsing one after another. Unable to stand, Shin fell to his knees.
賢者の意志を過信したな、シン。ダストは克服しても、そのガスに抗うのは不可能だ。何しろそれは保護人類。ホムンクルスを鎮圧させるためのものだからな。
Oh, so everyone in Arceus's... Or I guess not everyone, but like... No, actually, it could be everyone. Yeah, the apostles were the actual humans, and then the homunculi, that's everyone else who's actually an associate. Homunculi?
それこそ君の知りたかった真実。そして、カイソ・ヘルメスの犯した大罪。ふん。教えてやってもいいが。
The golden doll approached them. Just as he raised his feet, he kicked Shin's chin with his toe. Ah! The impact knocked him out for a moment. Unable to defend himself, he rolled on the ground. Oh. Collapsed on his back, the doll's artificial arms lifted him up. The doll's inorganic eye sensors stared into his face, giving off an unpleasant look.
君には辛酸を舐めさせられたな、シン。私の人工知能、怒りの感情をエミュレートしている。
The Harmonia College and the Marduk College had different ideas, but you didn't have any respect towards Sosi or the gods.
学派闘争など、今となってはどうでもいいことだ。ソシエの送信も、所詮はヘルメスの作った砂上の楼閣だ。
I've always respected you as an alchemist. When I first met you,
ならば知るがいい。ソシエの真実。かつてアグリッパやニコラを絶望させたその全貌をな。
While holding Shin, the golden doll turned. In front of the 3D image, he forced Shin to look. Yeah, so this is the Arceus content. It always like struck me as like really weird that the whole place is actually very small. Right?
これが何かわかるかね？
The Arceus continent. it's replicated accurately. The image looked like a reversed mountain range, but upon a closer look it was an elaborate topographical map. The center had the capital, the east a mining area, the southwest a water source, and the north a large forest. Beyond the large forest was the desert and border, or where they were right now.
そう、錬金術師たちが呼び表すところの祖師へ。今日まで君たちが巡礼だの守護だのと駆けずり回った大地の全容がここには表されている。ところで君はこの祖師へがどこにあるか知っているかね？
What do you mean? Not understanding his point, he felt something uneasy in his heart. He just learned about the origins of Sosie through the Helper Bot. According to Helper Bot, it was a colony made after Ore became a world of death due to the accident from the Phantom Energy weapon. But the location, what was the point of knowing the coordinates of the colonized land?
ファウストの発明にコスモの海板というものがあったね。あれは当時の私から見ても素晴らしい発明だった。着眼点といい、再現性といい、賢人の名にふさわしいものだ。
Johan suddenly changed the subject. The doll sensor stared at Shin, who seemed puzzled. Shin somehow knew that the expressionless doll was lightly smiling.
コスモの海板。さて、どういった用途に使われるものだったかな、マルチナ君。
数値や設定を入力して仮想空間上での環境を観測するための機器でしょ。機能の応用で神たちとの決闘に使用したこともありましたが。
When asked to explain, Maltinen replied while being startled. Even though her body was paralyzed by the gas, she seemed to be drawn to Johan's lecture. No, it wasn't only her. The others were all carefully listening to Johan's talk.
さすが優秀な元助手だ。さあ、ここまでヒントを出せば、私の言わんとしていることも、おのずと察せられるのではないかな。
What?
機会があれば、私のように人間の体を捨ててみることをお勧めする。血の巡りが悪い、などということはなくなるからね。
The golden doll grabbed Shin by his hair and pulled him up as he continued to speak.
いいかね。我々がソシエとかアルケウス大陸とか呼んでいた世界は、つまるところ、コスモの海板と同じなのだ。オーズという虚無の空間に、ポツンと浮かんだガラスの小瓶。それがソシエの真実だ。
何を言っているの？
Eyes filled with surprise, all focused on the golden doll. In response to everyone's shock, the doll's face smiled again.
ホムンクルスとは、ジューマや送信以前の原始的な人工生命の理論だったな。フラスコの中の小人。彼らは外の世界では生存できない。
The golden doll released its grip. Unable to catch himself, Shin fell on his bottom against the hard floor.
まったく滑稽なものだ。歪小な世界を全てと思い込み、守護や調和などを歌う愚かさ。ヘルメスが図面に線を引いて生まれたお前たちは、二次元の記号と同じだ。紙の外側にある三次元を決して認識できない。
私たちが仮想の命？ホムンクルス？そんな。カイソ・ヘルメスは観測宇宙から植民する大地を見つけたと。
それがペテンだというのだ。いいか。かつての大崩壊で残された人類は狂乱のただ中にあった。膨張する虚無の穴に飲まれ、我々の未来には絶望しか残っていなかった。すがりもするさ。新たな大地があると言われれば、 観測宇宙に見出した新天地への植民アルケウス計画。残された民は我先にとヘルメスのもとへ集った。神のごとき死を手助けできる喜びに私も浸っていた。
Okay, now this is Agrippa speaking now. This is not Johann. Your speech.
破壊者アグリッパ、ヘルメスの弟子だったという錬金術師の記憶が言わせているの？
少し高ぶったが。
Johann, who was speaking excitedly, cut his words off once. After a short pause, he resumed his speech in a calm tone.
結局新天地などどこにもありはしなかった。アルケウス計画とは民を家畜のごときホムンクルスへと落としフラスコの大地に閉じ込めること。それが真実だ。
そんな。
Despair. The dark dregs stained their hearts. Their ideals and beliefs began to crack. Indeed, they are. Heavier than the gas that subdued the homunculi, the truth was what robbed their physical strength.
もう一つ付け加えておくならば、我々が教会と呼んでいたこの地はアスタルテの制御する弁だった。
A valve?
檻を見て開閉し、ダストを流動させるのだよ。ダムが河川の水位を調節するようにね。
What?
何のためか素子へのバランスを保つためだよ。過度な繁栄はフラスコのキャパシティを超えてしまうからな。適度に侵食現象を起こし、土地の発展を妨げる。そうして素子へは維持されてきた。アスタルテが万害のオリジンとされてきたのも、この必要枠というべき権能のゆえだ。送信はソシエや人々にとってあくまで益となるものでなければならなかったからな。
そんな、私は。
Henry cried out while lying on the floor. She was shocked, knowing the purpose of Astarte, who was her origin.
送信という作り物の神に生態系を管理させ、王家が人間の統治をする。この組織は、なるほど、箱庭としてはよくできている。世界を滅ぼした張本人、小瓶の中で創造し気取りというわけだ。君たちも真実を知れば怒りを抱くだろう。絶望におののくだろう。セレスティアーナ王女、君はどんな気分かね。
Suddenly questioned, Stella's shoulders trembled as her face turned pale.
聞かせてほしいものだな。王家が口減らしのシステムを受容していたと知ってなお、民を守るなどと綺麗事を吐くことができるかどうか。
私の血は決して贖えない罪を。
Celes, no, it wasn't you who did that. Your wishes were not the same as Hermes.
でも私は何も知らなかった。ソシエの調和がそもそも誰かの犠牲の上にあったとしたら、私の信じてきたことは傲慢で自分に都合のいいだけの。
Stella's sobs filled with grief echoed. Pressing her forward against the floor, she apologized to the people who were not there. Permanent peace brought by the gods, the only nation on the Arceus continent that was handed down from Hermes. The vanity has been stripped away. Celestiana Megistus was a princess filled with determination and pride, therefore she was at the mercy of the sinful blood that flowed in her body. So this is the reason behind Agrippa's resentment. Learning the truth, his trust for Hermes turned to hatred.
まがいものの世界、何も知らず海藻を崇める豚に存続する意義などない。
So that's why you tried to destroy it? To get back at Hermes?
そうだ。ニコラの体と意識を奪い、教会を爆破してやった。ベンの役割を果たせず、大量のダストが流れ込むようにな。
Okay. Like, Johann bot here was like boasting that because he's a robot now, he could resist the curse of Agrippa, but no, this is clearly also still Agrippa speaking. Like, bruh. What the fuck?
アスタルテの眉が穴を塞ぐというアクシデントはあったが、あんなものは応急処置に過ぎる。フラスコの中にダストが満たされる未来は決定している。
The doll's mechanic hand grabbed Shin by his neck. While controlling his strength, he lifted his whole body.
シンくん。
私がなぜ長々と公爵を垂れたかわかるか。ガスが消えた時点でさっさと君たちの命を奪えばよかったのにな。
He couldn't breathe. Blood rushed to his head and his consciousness began to fade. In his reddened vision, he saw the obsessive glint in the doll's eyes.
シン、私は君たちの絶望に染まる顔が見たかった。真実を知って未来を閉ざされる瞬間の顔が味わえ。私と同じ挫折を。新天地もなく新たな王国もつゆと消えた。この私の口惜しさを。
Yeah, this is definitely not Johann. This is Agrippa speaking. Johann is still dead. The doll spat out curses. The hatred that Agrippa and Johann once harbored overlapped and moved the doll's body. The mechanical hand would break Shin's neck with a little more force. With his throat crushed, death would take Shin away. There was no way for Shin to resist. The doll's sensors peered into his anguished face, making his eyes narrow as if he was squinting in joy.
お別れだ。ヘルメスの後を継いだかもしれない有望なる錬金術師。
やめなさいよ。あれなら私を。
A light motor sound rang as the golden doll leaped back. The black spear struck where he was standing moments before. Shin was freed from the grasp. He held his throat and gasped for air. Namtar.
そうか、カイマの小娘。貴様には対ホムンクルスのガスは効き目が甘かったか。
お前の話難しい。でもナムタルがやること決まってる。シンを守る。
無駄な抵抗を。一匹のカイマに何ができるというのかね。
彼女だけではありませんわ。
With Maltina's shout, her personal doll, Karina, moved. Karina slashed at the mass-produced dolls that tried to attack her from Namtar's blind spot.
私を忘れてもらっては困りますわ。体の動きを封じられてもドールを操ることはできるのですから。
ろくにタクトも触れぬ体でよくもドールを操る。さすが優秀だな、マルチナ君。
これしき大したことではありませんわ。カリーナ、リッパーロール。アッシュクラフト。
Karina and Namtar stood back to back and took on the attacks by the mass-produced dolls. Making sure not a single one reached Shin, they swung their blades around.
無茶をするものだ。タクトなしに駆動演算など脳にかかる負荷は半端なものではあるまい。カイマの小娘にしてもだ。ガスの回った体は鉛のような重さだろう。すぐに限界が来る。
それでもですわ。
With a blood-curdling scream, Maltina continued to control Karina. As if her fighting spirit possessed Karina, she moved boldly and slew the mass-produced dolls away.
ヘルメスが罪人でソシエが偽りだとしても、私はここにいる。世界は確かにあるんですの。私は名家の生まれですわ。王家に連なる貴族の女。その誇りにかけて屈するわけには参りません。
喜劇のセリフかね。フラスコのホムンクルス、家柄を誇ると。
私は生き方の話をしていますの。知っていて、貴族には高貴なる義務がありますわ。社会の規範となり、下々の者を導く。その義務はホムンクルスだろうとフラスコの中だろうと変わりません。いいえ、血に課せられた罪なら一層その意味を背負って生きねばならない。それが覚悟というものですわ。セレス、あなたに言っているんですのよ。
Stella's shoulders jumped as Maltina yelled. Color began to return to her pale face.
いいですこと？打ちひしがれる暇があるなら、今自分に何ができるか考えなさいな。
マルチナ、
何をほうけているんですの？そんな顔、私のライバルにふさわしくありませんわ。
私は。
To Maltina's cries, Stella spit her lips. Her widened eyes swam around like she was struggling.
くだらんな。王家も貴族、ソシエを効率よく運営するための歯車に過ぎない。
そう、わからないでしょうね。流れる血のないあなたには。同情しますわ、ヨハン・アマルトゥ。せっかく私の家が後ろ盾になってあげたのに、その野望の顛末が物言う人形だなんて。
言いたいことはそれだけかね。
With Namtar's support, Karina was about to break free from the mass-produced doll's formation. But Johan only peered over her slightly and turned back to Maltina, who was crouching. He pointed his weapon at Maltina.
君のドールなど直接相手をするまでもない。チリたまり、マルチナ。
Maltina! The golden doll's weapon was fired. Crimson rays extended like snakes and brushed against Maltina's body. Shin thought he smelled Maltina's body being burned, but... The heat rays that appeared to have engulfed Maltina were cut off just before they reached her. Sal stood in front of Maltina, shimmering from the embers and sparks that flew. Celis! Holding her rapier in her hand, her legs were trembling. Due to the effects of the gas, her body was not functioning at its fullest, but she shot a bold gaze at the golden doll.
セレス、やっぱりあなたは私の騎士。
守ってもらったのは私の方よ、マルチナ。あなたの言葉と戦う姿が私に立ち上がる力をくれた。
Celis ejected her red-hot, melted blade before forming a new blade from the hilt.
精神論はどうでもいいが、君が動ける理由は明らかにしておく必要があるな、セレスティアーナ。カイマの小娘ならともかく、ホムンクルスの肉体にガスの耐性はないはずだ。例外があるとすれば。
Oh, because, like, if she's from the royal family and they're descended from Hermes himself, then they're not homunculi. They're actual people, no? The golden doll lit a malevolent red light in its sensor.
そうだ。君にはヘルメスの直系、 メギストス王家の血が流れている。ヘルメスが自分の子孫にだけガスの免疫を持つよう細工したとしたら、辻褄が合う。
Or I guess there's that too. Because we don't know if Hermes actually had like actual children or just made his own.
また一つ王家の欺瞞が明かされたかな。有事を想定し、ヘルメスは自分の一族とそれ以外明確に区別していた。
高貴なる義務と言ったわね。マルチナ、血に課せられた罪を背負って生きる覚悟と。
Sal's words completely ignored Johan's nasty words. She closed her eyes and spoke as if she was telling herself.
ヘルメスも同じ思いだったとしたら、オーズの滅びから人々を存続させる。そのために彼は自分とその血族を罪人にしたとしたら。
何？
Shin spotted the expressionless doll become slightly agitated. After a moment of silence, Johan revealed his expressions.
呆れた自己正当化だな。これだから人間は度しがたい。罪を逃れたいあまり、私欲を覚悟などと言い換えるか。
あなたも人間でしょ、ヨハン。いいえ、アグリッパ。人間だからそんなにも怒り、500年にもわたって呪詛をまき散らした。
ヘルメスは我らをペテンにかけたの。新天地に情熱を燃やしていたアグリッパに真実を知った時の怒りがわかるか。信頼していたのに、死ヘルメスの下で働けることに誇りを持っていたのに、何も知らされなかった。何も。
そう、彼は真実を秘密にした。自分の胸に秘した。人々から希望を失わせないために自ら罪を背負った。
なんだと。
The golden doll was no longer trying to taunt the others. Right as he pointed his weapon to Sal's, he would hesitate.
私はヘルメスのことを知らない。だから想像で話しているだけで、本当は全然違うのかもしれない。けれど、ラストに飲まれようとしている世界で、活路がフラスコの中にしかなかったとしたら、私もきっと同じ選択をする。
In a world on the brink of destruction, the people left have no choice but to keep hold of the thinnest thread of hope. People are not almighty. No matter how talented Hermes was, he could not achieve everything. He had no choice but to deceive people by giving them hope through the new world in the observational space. If Hermes gave in to his sins and revealed the truth to the people, the world in the flask would have been destroyed as well. Therefore, Hermes chose to continue telling lies in order to keep people from losing hope.
それは苦渋の決断。けれどソシエには生命の営みがある。送信と人の調和が紡いだ時は無意などではなかったはず。
偽りの神に管理された未開な文明に意味などあるものか。かつての人類、次元の先に手を伸ばしていたのだぞ。我らこそその最先端を走る者だったのに、ヘルメスはその誇りを汚した。
アグリッパ、あなたは何に対して怒っているの？ヘルメスの想像したソシエに？それともヘルメスが全てが終わるまで自分に真実を明かしてくれなかったこと？
消えろ。
The golden doll fired heated rays toward Celis. Celis leaped forward rapidly and closed the space between the two.
はあ？
The rapier flashed and grazed the doll's armor. A scratch ran across the golden surface.
撃ち殺せ。
させませんわ。
Namtar, Karina, and the mass-produced dolls got into a melee stance. The two attempted to join up with cells and stood up against the swarm of dolls.
高度演算処理システムアヌンなき起動ドール制御の並列化および高速化実行
ドールの動きが変わった。
Each of the mass-produced dolls was clearly operating differently. Namtar and Kurnia were able to take on their opponents in a one-on-one battle, but their complex movements began to distract them. The doll's coordination was like a single organism. To the unexpected attack, Namtar's body was slashed while Kurnia's armor was pierced by the plasma. Namtar! Damn it. Shin grit his teeth and clenched his fist. Forcing his weak body, he tried to stand. Move. Move already. If I can't move now, I won't be able to forgive myself. Please, I don't want to leave them to die. Just a little faster. I don't care if I can't stand again. Please grant me strength. Blood trickled down from his bitten lips. His friends were being wounded in his blurry vision.
負けないナムタル。
処理しきれませんわ。このままでは。
残念だったねマルチナ君君の制御技術など私の前では時儀に過ぎないのだよ本気が第三世代のドールたるゆえんはこの演算能力にあるアヌンナ完全無欠の並列処理システムいずれはドールだけでなくホムンクルスどもも従える
あなたはソシエを滅ぼそうとしているのではなくて
Zealous questioned him while swinging her rapier. The golden doll responded while dealing with her attacks using the plasma blade from his firearm.
それはかつてのアグリッパの考えだその知識を取り込んだヨハン・アマルト結論をさらに先へ進めた私は私の王国を作るもっと美しくより整然と構築された階級社会頂点に神となった私がいる新たなるソシエ
Zealous immediately stepped away as tufts of hair that were sliced off flew through the air. Without a moment to breathe, her blonde hair was burned by the heat rays. Zealous dodged the shot with a flip and closed in on him again.
あなたは世界の作り直しをすると
ここに来たのはそのためだ工房の設備とデータが必要だったものでねフラスコの建造法親民の遺伝子情報の掌握計画実現によって私は神となれる
Pretty fun to say call itself right now. It's probably just her ponytail.
ヘルメスのやり方を批判しておきながら
ヘルメスに欺かれたアグリッパにこそ資格がある
Yeah, Johan and Agrippa inside the robot's brain is like they're definitely just contradictory now. It's whack as fuck.
民を導く覚悟もなく
ヨハンを選ばなかった民など
私欲で動く指導者なんて
The rapier blade extended in Sal's hand. While having flexibility, it maintained its toughness while it gouged the doll's armor.
私は認めないソシエはヘルメスのものでもあなたのものでもないそこに住まう一人一人のものよ
Okay, so that's all of them. The golden doll that was struck out of the blue let out a groan. The rapier added a rotating motion that formed sparks from the blade.
シャイニーヒルとランサーロットこのまま貫く
このなめるな
Its plasma blade melted the rapier. If she had another half second, she may have been able to puncture the armor and destroy the insides. Cells grunted in frustration, and as soon as she formed a new blade, the golden doll charged at her.
永遠に沈黙しろ末裔の小娘
Celis! Shin was unaware of the moment he got up and darted off the ground. When he freely moved his limbs, he forgot about the paralysis of his body. Light flashed from the gauntlet he held up. Metallic particles bonded together rapidly and formed a sharp arrowhead. The process took less than a second, and Shin's enhanced perception made it easy to handle. And then... Celis, your spirit definitely overwhelmed Johann's.
シン
Spinning shot! The golden doll that was about to stab Celis bent back and was blown away. Pierced at his throat, his sensors flicked as if he didn't know what was happening. I won't let you kill Celis. No, I won't let you harm the people I treasure right here.
バカ貴様どうやって
A miracle was about to occur. Aside from Shin, those who have been lying on the floor from the gas rose to their feet and joined the fight.
クロックアップリミテッドロードハーモニックブーストマナブリット装填スプレッドシュート
誇張乱舞前無限のごとく
何が起こっているなぜ動けるのだ貴様ら
The golden doll was floundering. With the reality unfolding before his eyes, he was unable to hide his discomposure. You gave us too much time.
何
Hermes gas was fast acting, but it wasn't lethal. I took in the gas and tried to build an immunity against it.
バカそんなことが
As you know, I have the Philosopher's Stone. Now that I have the Origins elements in me, I can turn my body into an alchemy reactor core. Oh,
ずっと体内で連戦を行っていたというのかくびり殺そうとしたあの瞬間さえ
It was thanks to Celis and the others fighting. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it in time. Once I was immune, the rest was easy. I have a connection through our contracts, so the effects works fast.
ちょっとチクッとしたけどね。
Arya held her elbow. There was a tiny needle Shin shot using his Aether gear. Oh, he had the tranquilizer, or reverse tranquilizer shot all of them, okay. Of course, the needle contained a serum with a detoxification spell cast into it.
まだ少しだるさがありますが、動けます。この時に黙って寝ているなんてできませんから。
よかった。みんな。
Namtar. Shin supported Namtar as she collapsed. He placed his hand on her battered body.
ナムタル、役に立てたか。
Yeah, thanks to you, we were able to get back on our feet.
へへ。
Namtar narrowed her eyes in comfort as she was patted on her head. So, leave the rest to us and relax for now.
大丈夫。ナムタルも戦うぞ。
But,
ナムタル、カイマ。だから、人より丈夫だし、芯が一緒で元気100倍。
Namtar formed a black spear in each hand. Seeing how she was ready to lunge at any moment, Shin gave up trying to convince her.
もちろん私だってまだ戦えますわよ。できれば私もなでなでしてもらいたかったですが。
Martina.
ねえさ、よしよし、僕でよかったらいくらでも。
With Friend's follow-up, Martina was recharged immediately. In response, liveliness also returned to the damaged Karina under her control.
無駄な抵抗戦力はこちらが圧倒的なのだぞラプラスデーモン起動事象の予測演算前期にリンク
From the golden doll's eye sensor, a thin beam of light extended like a thread. It transferred to different dolls as the red ray connected one by one. The prediction spell from the monocle.
ドールになって予測演算もアップデートしている。システムアヌンナキは予測結果をドール前期に同期する。クラストの中の小人、貴様らに勝ち目は何に一つもない。
Still, Shin raised his gauntlet. Eyeing the remaining enemy dolls and Johann, he raised his voice. No. We won't lose. To the truth associate, even against you.
シン、ヘルメスの家畜が真実を知らされてなおそんな目で私を見るか。消えろ消えろ消えろ消えろ。
The doll's synthetic voice rung with madness. Under his command, the mass-produced dolls began launching an all-out attack. $15k, okay, not bad. I think some of the other bosses we fought had more health. He's weak to wind and dark. He's resistant to light and fire and water. I guess venom shot. Venom shot, and then not resistant to earth. We can do wire chain to decrease defense. Let's do a Holy Prayer, Break Sign, and then Harpoon Hole. Knuckle Bunker. Can try for paralysis. And then Crossguard Share. Okay. Sonya's at a disadvantage here, but I guess she's gonna be the healer. Oh my god, that was a lot of damage, what the fuck? Ooh, element armor. The circle, and then Pierce Spike. Oh yeah, we're still tanking. This. Amidst the darkness without the light from the stars were the remnants of the world that was once called Babylon. Without any vanity, it was just ore as it is. Now he can see the celestial sphere using his own lens. The phenomenon calculation system, plus Daemon, a mind that was released from the human shell can transcend its limits and expand into the endless ore. He could see it, the light of civilization floating in the void. Cylindrical structures resembling test tubes lined up orderly, a new Soci, a kingdom just for him. The Laplace demon directed a route to materialization. All that was left was to follow the schedule one by one to establish the kingdom. His body wasn't frail, like a human, and life was not limited. He extended his hand toward his own kingdom floating in the void, and Along with the reboot, a dim light returned to the eyelids. The light flickered several times as if he were blinking and looked at his surroundings while his neck made creaks.
王国をどうした？王子の我が文明圏は。
あら、寝ぼけていらっしゃる？それともバグってという表現の方が適切かしら？
私の自称予測、ラプラスデーモンは進むべき未来を映して。
Johan, you don't know what you saw, but the world will never reach that future you've seen. What you saw belongs only to you. The body of the golden doll was shattered and destroyed. His waist was shredded and he managed to somehow reboot, but he was essentially counting down until shut down. Understanding his condition, Johan gazed up at Shin and the others surrounding his broken body as he spoke up, puzzled.
なぜだ？どうしてこの結果になった？ラプラスデーモンの予測結果ではこんなはずは。そもそもホムンクルス制御用のガスを浴びて貴様らが動けること自体が不可解だったのだ。肉体そのものが炉心だと、抗体を錬成しただと。ヘルメスがホムンクルスという種を作る過程で生み出したカウンターをそうたやすく克服できるはずが。
That's where you're wrong, Johan. Our bodies still have room for evolution. This was probably done under Hermes' will. Hermes' will. If Astarte was only spreading the dust to reduce humanity, she wouldn't have created the Philosopher's Stone and sent Enri to Socia. Maybe you're right, and Astarte did intend on reducing the mass to feed, but in actuality she wanted someone to overcome the dust. A stress factor called Oblivion was applied in the environment inside the flask. People and creatures will take in the dust and a portion of them will change to Ash Demons. Ash Demonization is a mutation that was unique evolution in the world inside the flask. The demons that consume Socia can be seen as adaptive species. The technological innovations discovered after the doll's analysis of gods and Ash Demons can be traced back to Astarte's knowledge. The data taken from Marduk's predecessor was from Astarte.
ガスの中で動けるカイマの小娘、そしてマルチナのドール、私の最初の誤算。
I don't necessarily agree with all of Astarte's methods after treating us and Socia like her guinea pigs. But I can slightly understand the reasoning behind Astarte's actions. Overcoming the dust is something needed to reach the future beyond dreams. To do that, she needs to go through many trials and errors to accumulate data. That's the same way alchemists think.
アスタルテがダストの克服を目指していた。カイマやドールがその所作。
After a long time, Astarte refined the Philosopher's Stone. Shin turned to face Enri. Noticing his gaze, Enri blinked. Enri was born to meet us incomplete but imperfect in Philosopher's Stone. The stone embedded into me was no accident. It was an important step needed to collect the elements and merge them into one.
そうなのだわ。今シンはあり方そのものがアスタルテの思いを体現してる。虚無のダストを糧にできる体こそ真の意味での賢者の石。ヘルメスの作ったホムンクルスがかつての人を超えた進化を遂げた証だから。
まさかでは。
Because they needed to make an environment so that they could develop people that could survive the outside, which was being like deteriorated by the dust being produced by the miniature black hole that they accidentally created, right? So in order for them to actually live, they needed to have like an environment where that evolution could happen. So Agrippa and Johan over here thought that it was really just like for the sake of, you know, giving people like false giving people like false hope and just letting them live on. But no, there was actually like an end goal to the experiment. Surprise can be sensed from the golden doll. Shin turned to him and nodded. My body is becoming something different from the homunculi species that Hermes originally created. That applies to Henry, Arya, and others who were connected by the Philosopher's Stone.
だからガスの耐性が私の演算にはその視点が抜け落ちていたそんなことが
Realizing his defeat, the Golden Doll trembled. The rattling shoulders and shakes seemed to come from laughing. Smoke began to rise from the body as it short-circuited and leaked purple light. He probably wouldn't last much longer. The demonic light that was neither Johan's nor Agrippa's dawned in the doll's eye lenses.
ふざけるな結局はヘルメスの手のひらの上だったとそんな事実認められるものか賢者の意志のもたらす進化など不要ヘルメスの欺瞞はそんなものでは覆らないラプラスデーモン示せ私の存続する可能性をこいつらの未来を否定し我が王国を開く道を
Give it up, Johann. Admit your loss.
いいな
The Golden Doll creaked as its body tried to get up. His joints short-circuited and exploded while his motor lets out a screech. Yet he raised his torso and leaned forth, trying to lunge at Shin. You idiot. Shin calmly dealt with his oncoming opponent. He knew that if Johann was going to struggle until the end, he would come after his Philosopher's Stone. Shin pointed the muzzle of his gauntlet to the Golden Doll's shattered body. He didn't apply force, he just put it on his chest and activated the spell prepared to advance. Blade set. Knuckle bunker. Launching the blade with repulsive force, it pierced a hole in the doll's armor. His torso and hips were cracked as the scattered parts fly. Shin felt an emptiness rather than a taste of victory as the once respected man of the academy met his end. Johann, if you really were looking into the future, you shouldn't have relied on the hatred of the past. If you're only driven by the hatred aimed at Hermes, you can never surpass him.
貴様らにも一場などない
A high-pitched sound was heard before the doll's head rolled on the floor. Finally, after a few weak flashes on the sensor, there were absolutely no more reactions.
死んだ壊れたの
Yeah, he won't move anymore.
シンまだ後始末が残ってるよ
Arya bent over to the wrecked doll. She pulled out the black crystal that was stored near the core parts.
それは破壊者のエーテルギアの
呪いの結晶です。こんなものがあったから、ニコラは怨念の虜になって、ヨハン教授も歪んだ野望に疲れた。こんなもの、あっちゃいけないんです。
Arya placed the black crystal on the floor. Aiming her spiral circuit, she deployed the spell circle around the crystal.
形あるものはいつか滅びる。万物流転、ティアマトの権能、風化術式、起動。クロルの結晶、呪いの石が塵に帰っていく。
思えばこの結晶はもう一つの賢者の石だったのかもしれませんね。アスタルテや送信とは異なるアプローチで生み出されたダスト適用のための具現。
But we denied it. In a sense, I suppose Sosi is too small to accept separate or conflicting possibilities. The crystal lost its form and turned into particles too small for the naked eye. While watching until the last fragment turned into dust, Shin closed his eyes as if he was mourning.
決着か。しかし、本当にもう蘇ってこないのだろうな。今頃また別のドールが目覚めているなどということは。
おそらくないと思いますわ。人間一人の知識と記憶をコピーするなんて、並大抵の手間ではありませんもの。さっきのヨハンの口ぶりから言って、 一体を用意するので手一杯だったはずですわ。それに、もしまだスペアがあったとしても、黒の結晶がない以上、今回ほど大それたことはできないと思いますの。
万一別のドールが残っていても対処は可能ということか。
We don't know the actual process, but even assuming that that was the only, like, it only needed to be done once, he probably didn't have that many doll bodies that he could use. He only had the one, so he'd be like the master from like Fallout. He'd just be stuck in a computer at the worst.
だけど彼が抱いた怒りは正当なものだった。カイソ・ヘルミスは万能の救世主などではなく、民に煉獄の苦しみを強いるやり方しかできなかった。
姫様。
You can play English as a return? Man. that feels like the worst thing. Well, it's probably not the worst thing. It's one of the worst things you could probably do with your time. Oh my god.
私は大丈夫よ、サーシャ。きちんと答えを出してみせるから。
It's like some purgatory where you're in neither.
セレス、何を考えているの？
この旅を終えてオートに戻った時、民にかける言葉。
Are you planning to tell the truth to everyone?
どうするのが正しいのかはまだわからない。でも今までのように真相を隠蔽し続けるのが最善だとは私には思えないから。
私たちは皆フラスコの中の小人。そんな真実が広まったら大きな混乱が起きるのは間違いありませんわよ。王家に反感を抱いた者がヨハンのようにクーデターを起こそうとしないとも限りませんわ。
人々に無用な混乱を与えるべきでないという理屈はわかるわ。自分の肩の荷を下ろすために真実を公表すべきではない。だから私はソシエの在り方を明らかにした上で、みんなが前を向ける未来を示せればいいと思っているわ。
茨の道ですわね。けれどそれが高貴な血を受けた者の宿命かもしれません。いいですわ。あなたがそこまでおっしゃるなら、私も手を貸して差し上げてよ、セレスティアーナ。
You two are amazing at how you can hold yourselves back from running away. It's not something anyone can do, so I'll help too.
タクマ。
もちろん私もね。
ありがとう、みんな。まだどうなるかわからないけど、私、やるだけやってみるつもりよ。
Encouraged by everyone, Saul smiled for the first time in a while.
血の宿命、オリジン・アスタルテの分身として生まれた私も、きっとそれは同じ。私は罪を、あがなわなければ。
Henry? You noticed Henry was standing somewhere away from the group. Not necessarily like... So it's not like the actual Matrix where, you know, people inside the pods and then they're like, in their mind, they're in like some alternate space. No, they're actually like, they're all artificial humans. And the Arceus continent is like, I think the Arceus continent is not like an actual, like, virtual space. It's definitely like a physical location. I'm just not sure how close or far it is from like the. They said it was like a colony in observational space, so I'm guessing like it's on like one of the moons of the planet that they were originally from. Probably, maybe, or something like that, right? Because like the actual planet where the original people were from has that phantom particle black hole. It's like just eating everything, and then it's also like giving off dust, which is like disintegrating everything it touches. Filled with dust. It's like a I guess you could call it like a lab, or basically like a control environment, right? It's a control environment. And like I guess the end goal, or I'm guessing the end goal was that they're trying to get the protected humans, the homunculus, to develop to be able to survive the dust outside, so that eventually they can just get out and survive, even though, you know, the world around them is like getting freaking destroyed by phantom particles. That was when the floor of the workshop emitted a geometric light.
なんか出てくるぞ。
But is Helper brought back? That's... A familiar cube made its appearance in front of Shin and his friends. Scanning lines appeared as the voice of the workshop manager AI played back.
Congratulations! 侵入者を無事排除したようですね。
Phase 4? No!
あなたたちの活躍で僕も当施設の管理者権限を奪還できました。おかげさまで大変助かりました。ありがとうございます。
Oh, that's good. We were worried.
本当にもう大丈夫なんですの？
アグリッパの管理 ID は廃棄した上で書き換えているから問題はありませんよ。他の脅威といえば外部からの侵食現象にさらされているけれど、それもまだしばらくは持つ見込みです。
Helperbot, there are still things we need to confirm here. Was Johan speaking of the truth? There was a few seconds before Shin received an answer. While everyone was left in suspense, Helperbot spoke up in a calm and collected tone.
システムが乗っ取られている間の出来事は把握しています。彼は君たちに機密レベル A に相当する情報を喋ったようですね。
機密レベル A。それではやはり
侵入者を撃退した皆さんの活躍は試練を制覇するだけの力量を持つと十分に認められるものです。よろしいでしょう。当施設の管理 AI が持つ権限を行使し、皆さんに機密レベル A の情報を開示します。
Okay, we don't need to guess it anymore. She's just gonna tell us like exactly what the real deal is. For real, for real.
結論から言って、ヨハン・アマルトゥの語っていた内容に大きな間違いはありません。解釈の違いや主観による印象の差異はあっても、おおむね真実と言って差し支えないものでしょう。
So Johan did tell us the truth. It wasn't like he doubted them. There was no reason for Johan or Agrippa to lie at that moment. But having the manager prepared by Hermes explain it gave the truth more weight. A small bottle that floated in ore, a tiny world inside a flask, the homunculi that can only live inside there. Currently there is a large crack formed on the glass, with the dust of death pouring in like it would from a dam. That was the undeniable truth.
ですが、ヨハンの語ったのは機密レベル A の全てではありません。皆さんにはまだ知らないことがあります。そしてそれこそが僕の造物主ヘルメスがその後を託すべき後継者に教えたいことなのです。
Are we gonna go the DDLC route? This is all just a game. There's still more beyond the truth of Sosia? To the unexpected words, everyone looked up. Elderbot's cube floated up and down as if it was nodding. He then displayed the board that was projecting clips.
これがアルケウスの研究機。ヘルメス・メギストスが作り上げたかりそめの世界。ソシエの真の姿です。
Oh, okay. So this is more like like what I said earlier. It's probably like on a satellite. I said earlier. I said it was like on one of the moons of the planets, but maybe it's like an artificial satellite. This is. Yuan called it a flask, but in actuality, it was a sphere container, almost like a goldfish bowl. Inside the container sat the Arceus continent that everyone knew of. Due to the size difference, it almost looked like a well-made diorama.
研究の外縁部をご覧ください。透明の外角に沿って建物が浮かんでいるのがわかりますか？あそこがヘルメスの工房になります。
Is that wording? Look at the outer edges. That's the sphere. And you see the building floating along. Figure out your shadow. Yeah, so I was right. I was right. They were in space. They were in outer space. The workshop is in outer space. They teleported outside of the freaking bottle. Or I'm saying bottle now because they kept saying bottle. They teleported out of the freaking continent or planet. They're in outer space, bro. What the fuck? Workshop.
それはここのことではないのですか？
いい質問ですね。外の工房、オーズにある建造物とここは対応しているんです。
The building in Ore is linked with this one here.
入植時、ヘルメスはオーズの工房にある装置に人々を寝かせました。観測宇宙の新天地。当時の民がアルケウスと信じた土地に行くための措置だと説明して。人工冬眠の技術は確立されていましたから、彼らは誰も疑いませんでした。アルケウスの環境に適応するための手術だといえば拒否する者はいません。そして彼らは皆ここで目覚めました。
ここでって
In this very place in this workshop? After being told, Chin looked around the area. A large dome-shaped area, capsules that were lined up large enough to hold a single person. I see. So that's how it was.
オーズの工房で眠りについた人々がこちら側で目覚める。新たな体、ホムンクルスとして。
自分が前の肉体から変わったことに誰も気づかずに。
Wait. What?
でも本当にそんなことができたの？誰も違和感を持たなかったなんて。
2つの工房は構造を同じくしていましたからね。それにクローン培養の過程で彼らの認識をいじるのはヘルメス博士にとってそんなに難しいことではありませんでした。
その時からヘルメスの嘘が始まったのね。
The human race believed that they escaped their dying homeland and stepped afoot in the new lands. But the truth was, it was a false world set up by a single genius, and they were instead living as homunculi. 500 years have passed since people have been living in Socia while dealing with the dust and being managed by artificial gods. Can I ask a question?
何でしょうか?
I get that humans once awakened as homunculi here, but can you reverse that?
逆？ホムンクルス、私たちが新たな体を得てオーズで活動できるかどうか。それって
私たちがホムンクルスで亡くなるんですの？
Shock rippled across like waves. Everyone's eyes focused on Helperbot as it made a suggestive pause.
さすがですね。賢者の意志ファクターの試験体。僕が話す前にその発想に至るなんて。
Can we get an answer?
はい。結論から言えばそれは可能です。というより、皆さんがダストに適応した体を得てオーズに出ることをヘルメス博士も望んでいました。
ダストに適応した体。
So, Greyman's research is not exactly wrong either. That was one approach. Kinda.
現在、オーズ側の施設はソシエの侵食区域とは比較にならない濃度のダストに汚染されています。ホムンクルスの肉体ではたちまち人化してしまうでしょう。しかし賢者の石と資源のエレメントから培養した肉体ならオーズでも生存することができます。
Is that why Astarte created the Philosopher's Stone? Yeah, so I was right. Like, the test environment, or putting them in Socie was not necessarily like, that was not the end all be all. It was a test environment so that they could try and develop a way for people to survive. Right?
オリジン・アスタルテは英知の送信です。ヘルメス博士は自分の死後もオーズへの対策を続けるために彼を生み出しました。賢者の石完成は一つの悲願でした。アスタルテ自身がダストに汚染されることでそこに近づけたのは運命の皮肉と言えるかもしれませんが。
So we can reincarnate into a body that can survive an ore.
その通りです。皆さんはそこにあるカプセルのどれかに入っていただくだけで結構ですよ。あとは僕が人体培養と意識の移植を行いますからね。
そう言われましても。
Maltina hesitantly closed her mouth. Her eyes swayed with anxiety.
いきなりオーズに行ってどうすればいいんですの？それに別の体になって戻ることができるんですの？
忘れたの？マルチナさん。私たちにはオーズでやらなくちゃならない大事な使命があるでしょ？
As if she remembered, Maltina covered her mouth to close the hole created by the destroyer. Currently, Astarte's cocoon is being the valve, but I assume there's barely any time left.
君たちはソシエの構造を知りました。だからわかるはずです。天球の穴を塞ぐには内側ではなく外側からアプローチするしかないと。
Oh wait. So this workshop that they're in is actually still on the planet. The human bodies are over in outer space, in the outer workshop. So they have to transfer the mind from this workshop over to the other workshop in the human body. And then because they can survive in the dust environment now with the Philosopher's Stone, they can work from the outside to fix the hole. Okay.
だから新しい体になる必要があるというんですのね。そしてカイソの作った世界の外へ。
Small shiver ran through Maltina's body. Shin understood her fear. Socia was a cradle for the homunculi, created by Hermes. The anxiety of going to the outside world was similar to a fledgling flying out of its nest.
断っておきますが、僕には強制の意志も権限もありません。ホムンクルスとしての皆さんの体は保管できますが、向こうの状況次第で戻ってこれるかも未知数です。
私は行くわ。教会の亀裂を塞ぎ、ダストの流入を塞ぐ。民のために、それは私の責務だから。
錬金術師として私は送信と世界の調和を大切にしてきた。ハルモニア派の信念、真実を知った今でも間違ってるなんて思わない。
ええ、だからこそソシエを、アルケウス大陸を救わなくては。
Not because it's Hermes' will, well, but it's because we want to.
私は、
それでは準備ができ次第お声掛けください。工房の施設は自由に使っても結構ですので、装備を整えることもできますよ。向こう側に送る手はずも整えてありますからね。
Once that was said, Helperbot's cube fell silent. Within the silence, Shin and the others all looked at each other.
シン君、まずは一度休息を取りましょう。試練やヨハン教授のドールとの戦いでみんな疲れています。
Yeah, and we better patch up our injuries too.
新たな体に生まれ変わるなら手当てをする必要もないかもしれないがな。すまん、失言だった。
Body? Honestly, I have no idea. that is the confusing bit too. Like, only Shin has the Philosopher's Stone. Only Shin has the complete Philosopher's Stone. I don't know how that they're gonna pass that immunity on to everyone else, unless I guess it's taking the data. It's taking the data and then they're the AI is remanufacturing human bodies on the other side using the data from the homunculus body. I guess that's how they're doing it. Sasha apologized for the sudden awkward mood. No, I think we all need time to organize our thoughts. There was so much revealed and I'm sure we all have things to think about.
そうね。私ばかり流行っても始まらない。
Hesitation can be seen in everyone's expressions and attitude. Maybe if you save right now and it's still 10% left. Oh my god. Then Helperbot took them to a private room to rest as they all went their separate ways for now. So this is gonna give us like an opportunity to... Yup, I knew it. There's gonna be a farming map. Freaking... I'm guessing this gives us like all of the higher ranking materials. I don't know why we'd need it though. What else could we possibly be fighting out there? Although we do have like well actually yeah, there are still some materials that we don't have access to. But yeah, I'm not gonna fucking farm. We're gonna finish the story now. You know. Let's see how much progress that was. So it was at 92.4. 95. So that was like 2.6. 2.6, bro. So 5%, bro. We're gonna finish the story, man. We're not gonna farm, man. Like, as much as it would be fun. No, actually, no, it's not fun. As much as it would be nice to have like their highest tier equipment. If you look at the equipment, actually, if you look at the highest tier equipment, all of them require King's Water. I only have one. I only have one King's Water, and this is a merged item. This is like not a farmable item. So literally, I can only upgrade one person's equipment to S rank. And then the other materials, like we don't have Holy Amethyst. We don't have Holy Amethyst, I can't craft it. We don't have Sacred Pelts. We don't have Damascus Ore. So I can't even get anyone's equipment to like the maximum, so there's no point. You have another 5%? I mean, that's why I said we're gonna commit. We're gonna finish the story now. We're gonna go overtime for this. Finally, Shin and his friends reach Ore. Stardust should be waiting for them up ahead. The final pilgrimage begins. In the deepest part of the Apostles' Workshop, everyone gathered once again at the place where they had the final battle with the dull form of Johann. Next to Shin was Enri, and the others lined up across from them. I won't force any of you. Shin went around and looked at each and everyone's face. The journey to Ore is an adventure with no guarantee of return. I'm really thankful you guys all came along. That's why I want you to decide with your own will if you want to continue or not. Maltina stepped forth as she turned to Shin with a provocative gaze.
ここまで来れたのは私の活躍あってこそでしょ。私がいなければ始まりませんわ。
I think if we chose the bonding options for all of the bonding scenes, it actually might have been not just Arya's scene there, but like everyone else's, and then you get to just choose which one you want to go for. Maybe, unless there's like a harem, but then you just get all of them. I don't know. Maltina.
偉そうなこと言って足が震えてるの。
そんなことはありませんわ。これは武者震いですの。
結局震えてるんじゃないの。でもまあ、強がりでもそこまで短歌切れるのはさすがだよね。
Following Maltina, Arya stepped forward. She waved to Shin and Enri in a friendly manner.
もちろん私も行くよ。賢者の石に込められた祈りを叶える。それが、破壊者の呪いに歪められた父への、せめてもの手向けだと思うから。ホムンクルスである私たちが、初めてフラスコの外に出る。正直、恐ろしくて足がすくみそうになります。だけど、
Miss Sonia gripped her hand to her chest.
ハルモニア派を継いだ者として、行かないわけにはいきません。フランス先生に恥じない自分でいるためにも、私は。
はい。私たちは多くの人々の助けや導きがあってここに立っています。彼らの思いに応えるためにも、私はこの先に進む。
迷いはない。世界の真実がどうであろうと、私が仕えるべきお方はただ一人だ。
ナムタル、カイマだけど、シンたちがあったかいのくれた。だからついてく。ナムタル、どこまでも。
みんなが一緒なら怖くない。僕はジューマだけど、命令だからじゃない。自分の意志で、シンさんの力になりたい。
There wasn't a single person who turned their back. Their thoughts and determinations varied, but no one hesitated and responded to Shin with a nod. Thanks, guys. I'm counting on you.
私たちならきっと最後まで成し遂げられるの。今まで数々の戦いを乗り越えてきた。不安はないのだわ。
Yeah, like the elements of the Philosopher's Stone, I feel everyone's feelings burning in my heart.
思いは一つね。
それで、具体的にだが、我々はどうやってオーズに向かうのだったか？
では、ご説明しましょう。
The one who answered was the workshop's manager AI, HelperBot. They all turned to look at the cube-shaped symbol that rose from the floor.
皆さんにはこれより、ここにあるカプセルに入ってもらいます。カプセルの中で、今ある体は人工冬眠の状態で保存されることになります。
新しい体が大津側にあるもう一つの工房で作られるのよね。
そうですね。カプセルの中で読み取った遺伝子情報をもとに、寸分たがわぬ容姿、能力の肉体が生成されます。
その肉体に意識を移せば、私たちはオーズで目を覚ますということですね。
人体錬成をこうもたやすく行えるなんて。やっぱりカイゾは神のごとき力を持っていたんですね。
Now we know this is just like a hyper-futuristic society, basically, was their origin. Because they have that kind of technology. This is like, we really are like in sci-fi. This is not fantasy. Ren, who also reincarnated from a human to a demon partner, mutters with a troubled tone.
しかし、ただクローンを培養しても、オーズの環境では生存することはできません。
そのために真の賢者の石とエレメントの因子を使うのね。
はい。培養の際、ダスト抗体の因子を組み込みます。ですから、厳密にはクローンではなく、賢者の石ファクターの神様と、それ以外の皆さんの子を作るということになるでしょうか。
You had to word it. You had to word it that way, huh?
子作り？私たちと真の子？
Okay, so we actually had a harem route all along with it. I didn't what the fuck?
その体に自分が入るなんて、なんだか不思議ですね。
Well, it's just a matter of nuance. Shin tried to break the awkwardness among the embarrassed women, but
無敵ね。
what?
私と真の子がオーズに立つ。向かうところ敵なしに決まっているわ。ねジン。
Yeah, sure.
セレス？急に何を言い出しますの？
Stella's face turned bright red. Seeing that, everyone picked up her point after hanging around her long enough.
セレス、なんかいいことを言おうとして、滑ったんだね。滑った？転んだか？大丈夫ですよ、セレスさん。シンくんとの絆を言いたかったんですよね。ちゃんと伝わっていますから。
改めて説明されると余計恥ずかしく。もう。
Oh, Celis! Covering her flushed face, Celis ran away toward the capsules.
貴様のせいだぞ、シン。姫様を恥ずかしめて。
She was the one who said it, bro! What do you mean? Huh? But I didn't do anything!
はあ、こんな時に緊張感がないんですのね。仕方ありませんわ。私たちも行きましょう。
でもまだ人体錬成の説明が残ってたんじゃ。
いえ、必須の説明は終わりました。細かな設定や制御はこちらでやりますので、皆さんはカプセルの中に入っていただくだけで大丈夫ですよ。
Yeah, so I was right. They were basically generating the body from the genetic data plus the Philosopher's Stone.
そうなんだ。ということは。
はい。皆さんさえよろしければ、いつでも始められます。
Okay, everyone, pick your capsule. They all looked at each other and nodded. They confirmed all their wills earlier. Going after Celis, they all approached the capsule with Shin leading the way. Celis, guys, let's all start.
そうね。いつでも。
Celis nodded after regaining her composure. Shin smiled at her, still flushed-faced. Like Celis says, we're invincible. Whether it's the heinous god Asarte or the crack on the border, we'll never lose.
その息よ。みんなでソシエを救うのだわ。
そしてまた、ここに戻ってこよう。
Right. Shin held his hand out as his friends all placed theirs on top. Of course, Celis joined and nodded to him with a fresh look.
そういえばそこのあなた、義手をしていますね。クローンを培養する際、欠損した腕を再生しますが、よろしいですか？
いや、その必要はない。私の左腕はこのままでいい。
いいの？総称。
なんでだ？
今やこの義手は私の腕同然だからな。本物の腕より頼りになる。戦いには必須と言っていい。
そう言ってもらえるのは制作を手伝った身としては嬉しいけど。
ああ、君には感謝している。おかげでソシエの敵をこの腕でぶちのめせるのだからな。
そうしょ。わかったわ。頼りにしてる。
Celis looked at Sasha worried, but soon gave up. Nodding to Sasha, who was determined, she headed to the capsule again.
では皆さん、それぞれカプセルの中へ。 体を横にしてリラックスしてください。後戻りはできませんよ。いいですね。
Yeah, helper bot. Please take care of it.
また後でね、みんな。
After a brief goodbye, Shin entered the capsule. He relaxed. The inside of the capsule was designed with a physical structure in mind and was comfortable to sleep on. As the shutters closed, it created an airtight space. The gas gushed out immediately as the temperature dropped rapidly. But they only felt the cold for a short time. Soon, drowsiness overtook him as Shin closed his eyes and gave in to sleep. The sense of gravity was lost and felt like they were being tossed into the darkness of the void. In a vague, short yet long time, Shin floated up and down as he had a dream. The dream had fragments of the memories of his life. It was like a flashback, so he thought his consciousness also melted into the darkness. Eventually, everything got filled in, and flashbang. Suddenly, Shin noticed his own awakening. His body was long awake, but his mind couldn't keep up. It was a weird feeling. No, that was when his mind and body finally connected. Well, reflexively, he took a deep breath. The cultivation liquid that filled the capsule flowed into his airway, causing him to choke. This is ore? The shutters on the capsule were open. The console showed the cultivation was complete and the timer indicated some time had passed. Raising his still heavy body, Shin crawled out of the capsule. Suddenly, he felt a chill. It's freezing. His body temperature control wasn't functioning properly. His body was cold and his limbs began to shiver. Shin's teeth chattered as he searched for something to wear and found some clothes on a hanger by the capsule that looked identical to what he wore earlier. Is this the same? No, it's new. I don't get how this works, but it replicated my personal belongings too. It's cold. Figuring he'd do the detailed inspection later, he immediately wore the garments. After crouching and rubbing his body, he began to feel warmer and finally calmed down. He opened and closed his fingers and flexed them to check the conditions of his body. Was that scripted? I forced the cough because there was like a because the voice line was cough cough cough, so I forced it out. Did it sound like too authentic? I wasn't actually coughing by that. I copied the sound of my own cough. Immersive voice acting. I've been working on it. I say, even though most of the time I'm reading things monotone. He opened and closed. Oh wait, I read this already. Through some tests, his body seemed to be the same as it was before, but it's still a different body. Shin thought that due to the missing scars, bruises, and stains in various parts of his body. Most of all, his old scar where the Philosopher's Stone was implanted was gone. He could only feel the presence of it from inside his chest. It was a newborn body that had the same appearance and physical characteristics as the Shin bought from Sosie. No, it's a body that was generated from a fetus to this. Oh yeah, where's everyone else? Upon coming to a realization, he turned to look at the capsule beside him. Instantly, Arya's figure jumped into his vision. She was laying in the tank filled with the cultivation liquid, not even moving a bit. For a few seconds, Shin admired the sleeping beauty's figure, but quickly snapped out of it and turned away. I'll keep my mouth shut about seeing her naked. Yeah. It seemed like Shin woke up first. Everyone else was still asleep in the tank filled with cultivation liquid. Is it because I'm the one with the Philosopher's Stone? Looks like I have no choice but to wait until everyone wakes up. I was curious about the surroundings, but exploring alone was dangerous. The image of Arya's figure from earlier flashed back. Trying to shake off the thought, Shin looked around the facility. The area looked like the same workshop he saw before going to sleep. It looked so similar that he wondered if he really was in a different place. I see. This would explain why the first colonials were fooled. I'd believe it if I were told we woke up from an artificial hibernation. As for the wounds in my body, well, if Hermes said it was a quarantine process... What the? Shin turned around at the loud sound. It seemed like something was crashing against the metallic door of the workshop. The impact was repeated and the sturdy door began to creak and distort. Something is there? Ugh. As if it was melted under high heat, the metallic door warped, until black spots suddenly formed and spread as the door made of special alloy corroded immediately. Shin was familiar with this phenomenon. Oblivion. It's coming from behind. What had been a door just before blew away like shredded paper. The jet black dust poured into the workshop. From the depths of the soot were strange ash demons. Ash demons of ore. They're types I've never seen before. Letting out an indescribable scream, the ash demons attacked. Shin quickly readied his gauntlet. Gauntlet. Blade set. Everyone is still sleeping. I can't let you cause havoc here. His first battle with a clone body. Shin was a bit worried whether his new body would move and his mind would keep up with his movements. But as he formed his blade and lunged at the ash demon, Shin had already forgotten his worries. His body felt light. After every breath and movement, he felt blood flow through him and his actions became more refined. While fighting the ash demons, Shin felt exhilarated. Yeah. Dodging the ash demon's large swing, he went behind them and struck them. Instead of blood, the ash demons collapsed while spewing dust. Even though Shin was sprayed with a contagious amount of dust, he was fine. The Philosopher's Stone purified the toxicity of the dust and converted it into resources. This'll work. More enemies? More ash demons appeared from behind the door. Regarded as a foreign substance in ore, they charged at him while raising a gruesome shriek. Shin quickly prepared to go against them. But suddenly the enemy ash demons let out an anguished cry as they bent back. Silver blade and jet black harpoon were stabbed in two of their bodies. Celes, Namtar.
任せたわね。加勢するわ。
他のやつも起きてきてるぞ。
That's reassuring. Joining the two, they slayed the ash demons in the workshop. Everything in there is filled with ash demons. Yeah, they're basically in the place where all of the... They're literally where the phantom particles were, like, spewing out dust. So, I imagine there's like a bunch of ash demons. Despite just waking up, their movements were like how they always were. They worked in perfect coordination to annihilate the ash demons. Finding a moment, Shin quickly started fixing the broken door. Release corruption resources. Set filter on structural material for the door. Commence forging. Just visually, if ash demons come crashing in again, it won't be able to bear it. The awakening of Shin and the others started the flow of time that was halted on this side. With that, the oblivion resumed, leading to attacks of the ash demons attracted to life forms.
この施設が壊されては、私たちがソシエに帰る手段が失われます。由々しき事態ですね。
Sonia. Perhaps her body temperature hadn't returned. Her lips were pale as she hugged herself with both arms. She still had a serious expression as she headed for the door that was just fixed.
か乱用の結界を張りましょう。それで少しは時間稼ぎになるはずです。
僕も手伝います。
私も。
Arya, with her clothes now on, followed Miss Sonia.
シン、再会の挨拶が済んだところで本題なの。
About what we should do now?
シンはさっき壊れた扉を直してダストの流入を止めた。それと同じことを教会の亀裂にしなくちゃならないのだわ。
For that, we need to get out of here and head to where the crack is. We would need to go through the ash demons like before.
だが、今の私たちはダストを克服している。困難だが、決して不可能なミッションではない。
Lasha pointed to the dust meter on her prosthetic arm. Unlike the dust concentration from Sosia, it was significantly thicker. Them standing in this very position was enough proof of adaptability.
結界の構築が終わりました。永遠にとはいきませんが、私たちが目的を果たして戻ってくる程度の時間なら稼げるはずです。
We shouldn't rush, but we can't remain relaxed either. There was no going back. Now that the time in the workshop was moving, it would be hard to redo this task. Once we're ready, let's go. Make sure to check your equipment. It should be a fierce battle ahead.
ソシエを救うための戦いね。
もうすぐアスタルテに会える。
ナムタルとエンリ作ったやつか。
What the?
どうしたのナムちゃん。
Arya questioned Namtar, who suddenly turned around.
なんか聞こえた気がした。
Heard what? She didn't seem to know herself as Namtar tilted her head.
大丈夫ですか？ナムタル平気。いつでも行けるぞ。
If you say so. Namtar looked up with her beady eyes. Placing his hand on her head, Shin patted her gently. Alright, I'm counting on you, Namtar.
任せろ。
Namtar nodded firmly.
私の糸が新しい縁を紡ぐの。
Oh yeah, this definitely looks like we're in space, bro. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of those StarCraft missions, like not StarCraft 2, but like StarCraft 1. The StarCraft 1 missions where you don't build a base, but you're inside like a building or something, and then you only have like a handful of units and you're like crawling through hallways. Oh, what the fuck is this? Bro, amnesia? What the f- 1,000 damage, bro. Okay.
素晴らしい戦いでしたよ。
I have to go through the trap. That sucks.
ねえねえ、これっていいものかしら。ねえねえ、これっていいものかしら。
使命のためにもっと強くなるの。
Zealous actually eats through her mana very fast, somehow.
これは素晴らしいですね。
ここなら安心して休めるのだわ。
なんか拾ったぞ。頑張ったご褒美はお菓子がいいな。頑張ったご褒美はお菓子がいいな。休憩しよう、シン。なんか拾ったぞ。
私たちならやれて当然なのだわ。
Okay, so where do these go? Oh, they meet up anyway? Okay.
もらっていきましょう。なんか拾ったぞ。
よし、この調子でいこう。よし、この調子でいこう。
よかった。見つけたのね。
Fucking 4 tourmaline. What the fuck? What? Oh, we can't go back. Crap. Okay, well. I went through that trap for like no reason and I thought I could go back. Oh well. Oops.
「これが私の騎士道よ」。
Beyond the securely locked gate was a long tunnel. Only the sounds of everyone's footsteps can be heard in the jet black passage. At the end of the tunnel was another large gate. The gate probably prevented the dust from entering, yet it was half decayed with a hole in the center from the erosion. Shin shoved the blade of his gauntlet in the gap. With the help of Sasha's pathetic arm, they pried it open like a lever. Everyone was at a loss for words as they stood there. The view of reality before their eyes reminded them of where they were standing now.
私たち本当にソシエの外にいるんだね。頭では分かっていたつもりだけど。
Wait, is the land flat inside? What? What the fuck?
透明の容器に包まれたあの大きな岩がアルケウス大陸。私たちが世界の全てだと信じていた場所。
コスモの海板を思い出すの。
I guess if the continent is like just one small patch, I mean, small, quote unquote small, relative to like an actual planet, you don't need it to be round. Because like at the end of the horizon, there's an actual end to the horizon. It doesn't just like loop over. Just like how they viewed the diorama of the virtual world, they were looking down at Sosia. The lump of rock floating in the void was Sosia itself. The size according to visual measurements was equal to or slightly larger than the grounds of the Magic Academy. Oh wait, they're actually small! The diorama of the continent was housed in a spherical container. Along the glass-like outer rim, there were passages that ran vertically and horizontally, while everyone stood on the edge. Shin shifted his gaze from Sosia inside the flask to the void behind him. Was there really once a world in this space? The country where Hermes and the settlers lived.
ダスト観測ダメ、数値が振り切れてる。本当なら1秒だって生きてられない死の空間だよ。
大気はあるようですが、かなり不安定ですね。例の超兵器が作ったというブラックホールの影響でしょうか。
Even as they spoke, they heard thunder roaring. They weren't sure how much they could rely on the astronomy of Sosie, but it seems that the tilt of the axis was what was causing the abnormal weather. The wind direction kept changing as the dust blew against them with the current. This seemed to be the reason behind the instability of the oblivion appearing in Sosie.
死の世界なんて寒々しいんですの。こんな場所で生きていけるわけがありませんわ。
Maltina hugged herself as if she had the chills.
あんな頼りないガラス一枚を隔てて私たちのソシエが死の世界に覆われていたなんて。
確かにゾッとする光景だ。この事実を知れば民はパニックに陥るだろうな。
残酷な事実なら知らない方がいい。カイソ・ヘルメスがソシエの真実を秘匿したのも無理のないことだったのかも。
Friends' shoulders also shivered, as if they were supporting each other. The siblings held hands and stayed close.
それでも私たちはここに来た。真実を知っても目を背けず、ソシエの果てからついにオーズへと。
Zealous withdrew her rapier as she raised the tip into the air. At the top of the rim, at an angle that was hard to see, there was a strange protrusion. Looking carefully, one can see the protrusion was a cocoon and was plugging the crack in the glass. Start this cocoon!
これから私たちはあそこに向かう。
And then seal the crack that is serving as a path of the dust, with this power. Shin touched his chest. Their mission was extremely vital, but the wave of the Philosopher's Stone's power gives them strength. The goal is in sight. Let's all hang in a little longer.
お？寝たくない。
なあ、今誰かなんか言ったか？
I said, let's do our best.
そうじゃなくて気のせいか。
Namtar tilted her head. Shin took a look at her face and thought he sensed an odd stagnation of the corruption from her.
シン？出発するんじゃなくて？
Yeah, let's go. Snapping out, Shin led the team and began moving forward through the passageway of the celestial sphere. Looking back later, if only he took his intuition more seriously, the outcome might have been different. Oh, what the But the crack they were aiming for was far beyond the cloud of dust, and their minds were filled with just getting there. Wind of destruction blew from the hole of the void. The ash demons that clung to the outer wall attacked at once. The death march in Ore was still continuing. What?
さあ、力を合わせていきましょう。
What the fuck is this? Yo, what? Oh, there's the cocoon. What the What is this? Bro, what is this map?
ねえねえ、これっていいものかしら？
なんか拾ったぞ。
The 4090 is not another end of this. I don't even have a 4090. I'm not using NVIDIA.
錬金術の奥義は戦いにも通じているんだ。
What the hell?
ふう、疲れたの。
What the hell is this? What the fuck? Oh my god, okay, the enemies are now starting to look really weird.
私たちなら。
Well, I guess not weird, but like
やれて当
different
然なのだわ
from what we were facing before.
いいものを見つけたようですよ。
自分の信念をどこまでも貫くまで。
これは素晴らしいですね。いいものを見つけたようですよ。
Getting a lot of materials, which we're not gonna use. I mean, I guess I can upgrade. I can upgrade while we're on the map, technically. But I don't think we have enough materials to upgrade everyone.
素晴らしい戦いでしたよ。よくわかんないけど、これいいものか？この勝利がさらなる高みに導いてくれます。
これは嬉しいわね。
ふう、疲れたの。私たちならやれて当然なのだわ。
いいものを見つけたようですよ。
錬金術の奥義は戦いにも通じているんだ。
自分の信念をどこまでも貫くまで。
ここで体を休めよう。
Oh, that's where we came from. So here. And then there's a long path over here on the other side with a bunch of chests.
おお、見つけた。
3 sapphires.
よくわかんない
6 oh my god, wait.
これいいもの。
They might actually just give us enough materials to get everything upgraded.
使命のためにもっと強くなるの。
錬金術の奥義は戦いにも通じているんだ。
Everyone's out of MP. Okay, good thing the fight was
錬金
easy.
術の奥義は戦いにも通じているんだ。
ここなら大丈夫そうですね。
お、見つけた。よし、この調子でいこう。お、見つけた。
お腹ペコペコ
If I'm gonna check actually, but if I somehow have enough materials to actually craft all of their upgrades, definitely not the S ones, right? Like we can't do the S ones because we only have one King's Water. But the A upgrades, I think we might have enough materials for all of this. Actually, no, not Sasha's is not a go because we don't have purple lightning dragon horn. I don't think we ever got that. Yeah, we never got that. So, but we can get everything else, I think. So we need 1 sapphire for this and 2 rosane ore. That's a 1 sapphire, so we need 2 sapphires. 2 sapphires, 2 rosane ores, 2 spirit liquids. 3 sapphires, 4 rosane ore, 2 spirit liquids. Yeah, actually, I think we might get everyone else's except Sasha. There's an A++? Okay, we definitely can't get Damascus ore, so that's a no-go. Crystal pot. This is gonna mess with the freaking distribution on the crests, but like, I'm not gonna worry about the crests. Oh, Sonya's doesn't have an upgrade after. Other than directly the S version. And then Namtar gets the black chainsaw. Then Maltina has this. And then okay, we ran out of materials, but I can craft. So we need 1 sapphire and 2 rosane ore, which we should be able to craft. So 2 of these, and then 1 sapphire. And just like that, except Sasha, the entire team has their gear. Cool. Namtar having a chainsaw is kind of funny. Hey! Everyone's upgraded. I'm not gonna bother with the crest because that's gonna take too much time trying to like find everything. So I'm just gonna go in. A harsh wind struck the group as they went along the outer passage. The black ink-like smoke surrounded the area while Shin and the others held hands and kept low to stay together.
タイム反応前方10時から
The smoke blocked their view and their visibility was close to zero, but believing Arya's warning, Shin swung his blade in the indicated direction. He felt the hit. A dark lump let out a scream and fell off from the edge of the passage. Save me, Arya. He thanked Arya behind the cloud of smoke that blocked her face. The wind was so loud he couldn't hear a response. Deciding not to move, Shin waited for the wind to pass. Soon, the power weakened and the layer of dust that tangled around him broke off. If we go past here, we'll reach a start to Skiploon. We're almost there.
そうだねあと少しで
Arya? Beyond his vision, Arya's figure emerged vaguely. She was holding her chest and breathing heavily. Arya, are you alright?
さすがにちょっときついかなクロックアップの演算は負荷がでも大丈夫だから
Still. Black spots began to appear on Arya's skin. Noticing the symptoms of the corrosion disease, Shin was in shock. Those symptoms? Why?
ダストに適応した体といっても限界はあります。私たちに賢者の意志を持つシンくんほどの免疫はないですからね。
What? But I thought you put in the data of the Philosopher's Stone into everyone else. What the fuck? Sonia looked down at her own chest as she spoke. Dark spots also started to emerge on her pale skin. Sonia too?
今さらうろたえるなバカ者。もう後戻りはできん。とうに分かっていたことだろう。
そうもう進むしかないんだよ亀裂を塞いでダストの流入を塞ぐ私たちはその覚悟をしてきたんだから
Arya, I...
自分だけで進むなんて言わないでよねシン
As if Arya read his mind, she stopped him from continuing his words.
教会に穴を開けたのは私の父ニコラたとえ破壊者の呪いに蝕まれてやったことでもそれは紛れもない事実だからこれは因縁なの賢人ニコラとアルベルトスその娘である私が命を懸けるのはきっとそういう巡り合わせだからでも勘違いしないでね私死ぬつもりなんてないのソシエに戻ってやりたいことがまだたくさんあるもの
Their homunculi bodies still remained in the workshop in Sosie. Even if the corrosion disease progressed here, there was still hope for survival if they returned to that body. Got it. Let's go home. All of us together.
そうシンやアリアたちにはまだあそこでやることがある生きていてほしい
Gazing at the Arceus continent surrounded by the celestial sphere, Henry looked into the distance. Henry?
もうすぐなのすぐそばにアスタルテの存在を感じるあと少しそれでこの旅が終わる進みましょうシン旅を終わらせるのはシンにしかできないことだから
Henry pointed ahead. The dark fumes of dust started to clear and pave the way for their path ahead. She nodded as his eyes met Henry's gaze directed at him. Once upon a time, a sage who wished to revive alchemy went on a pilgrimage across the desert. One of them lost his wife to the corrosion disease and was consumed by the curse of the destroyer. The change turned his knowledge into a threat associated that he was supposed to protect. The great destruction that occurred at the border created a catastrophic oblivion on Arceus that nearly led to its collapse. The one who saved the crisis was the origin of the moon, Astarte. Astarte turned into a cocoon and sealed the crack on the celestial sphere, which prevented the dust from flowing in. That happened before Shin was born. Astarte's self-sacrifice allowed Shin to grow up and form bonds with gods while traveling to Ur. And so, Shin and his friends were standing here now. From Ur, they were looking up at the crack that pierced the cocoon that sealed the two worlds. The cocoon would decay from the dust and then respin again. Odd lumps protruded out and darkened. Observing from the side, it was clear that it had reached its limit as a barrier.
Tadaima, Astarte. Watashi no hontai.
Raising her head, Enri spoke to the cocoon. Within the strong winds of Ur, her voice was strangely clear.
賢者の石を完成させる。力を継ぐべき意志のある者にそれを託す。それこそが私やナムタルに与えられた使命だった。随分時間がかかってしまったの。回り道をしたち、多くの犠牲があった。私がもっとしっかりしていたら、みんなこんなに傷つかないで済んだかもしれないのに。それでもまだ手遅れじゃない。私はここに戻ってきた。調和の錬金術師シンと共に。
It all started the moment I met Enri. Since that day, she entrusted me with the Philosopher's Stone and we were fated to come here. Shin stepped forth to the cocoon with Enri. Naturally, a slit was formed in the darkened cocoon. The threads unraveled and tore as if it was melting, revealing the main body of Astarte.
あれがアスタルテ。英知の送信。エンリちゃんのオリジナル。
She definitely looks eclipsed, though. This might be a problem. Exposed in the winds of dust, Astarte stretched out her body, which had been curled up in fetal position. Like a flower blooming, her wings opened. Her wings must have been a divine color in the past, but were now tainted in a dark shade. The tone was very different from Enri's cute white feathers. You've eclipsed to this point just to protect Sosie for us. Taking a deep breath, Astarte inhaled the dust. Her abdomen swelled to the point it nearly burst as an ominous curse flickered. From there, Shin sensed the opponent's hostility.
Shin!
I know. Astarte is possessed by the urges of a heinous god and is recognizing us as her enemies.
ナムタル、わかる。あいつ、もう自分を抑えられない。ナムタルの胸もざわざわしてる。
その英知でもって王子の闇を照らすはずの送信が荒ぶる姿見るに忍びないですわね。私たちはこれまでもダストに汚染された送信を助けてきた。だったらやることは一つだよね。
アスタルテから苦しみが伝わってくるの。もう終わらせたい。もう耐えられないって。
We'll put an end to it. We'll free her from the endless pain. Astarte flapped her wings once. Just that was enough to surround Shin and his friends with the dust that almost seemed to have its own will.
苦しい。寒くて力が抜けてく。
沈下病の進行。私たちに残された時間も長くはないか。
Guys, please, just help me out a little more.
たった一人でずっと苦しみ耐えてきたアスタルテを放っておけないものね。負けないよ私。ホウさんたちの分まで絶対。
みんなありがとう。
Shin and his friends formed the battle formation. Astarte spread her wings and attacked. Behind her was a massive rock. The final battle was about to begin. In the background, the entire continent of Arceus was in sight. Bro, the cocoon's not blocking the crack anymore. There's, while their battle is going on, there's like a bunch of dust like flowing in. What are my abilities now? Holy shit. Right, you don't know my abilities anymore. What are you weak to? Weak to light? Immune to dark. Resistant to everything else. Wow. Okay, we need light damage. Sword Buster. And then Henry. Ooh, paralysis. Oh, she has paralysis again. Let's go. Well, actually, should we buff? We should buff first. Tower of Dreams. Let's go with Mercy Grace. And then... No! This weapon gives her defense up for allies instead of attack up. Crap. Okay, well, too bad. Hard the time. And then... Spiral Villain? Let's do double chain blade. And then, oh, Enric can just keep casting this. Okay. Try for paralysis again. Oh wait, no. Right, we used Tower of Dreams first. Go for that, and then just keep going for attack. Whoops. I think we can dump our meter here. Oh! Her defense option is a buff. Okay. Oh, we got Darkness Origin Element. Okay. The Moth of the Moon danced into the empty sky. Extending her wings to the fullest, she trembled. As a black halo like a lunar eclipse appeared, a wave of dust attacked Shin and the others. With the extreme gusts blowing against them, it was impossible to move. They can only try not to be thrown out of the passageway. Meanwhile, the poison from the dust gradually ate away their bodies. Celis attempted to strike, but was flipped by a coiled, whip-like thread and was flung away. Right as she was about to fall into the void, Shin caught her body. Celis, hang on. No, that's enough. Leave the rest to me. Laying injured Celis down, Shin looked up at the heinous god. After the fierce battle, their opponent wasn't unharmed either. Shin can tell the Origin's powers were growing weaker, so Astarte must be rushing to win the battle. The next wave to come should be the strongest they will experience. If they are exposed to it directly, the purification may not be possible. Celis and the others who are severely drained would turn into dust. But this is also where Shin had the chance to win. Is the crack in the dome? Yes, that's the crack in the dome. Shamash, Kibe, Apsu, Marduk, Tiamat, lend me your powers. Release corruption resources. An impact that made his blood boil stormed Shin. His Philosopher's Stone screamed from the overload and his body creaked as if it was going to explode from the inside. Shin grit his teeth, enduring the pain. Forcing his body, he crossed his arms against his chest with his gauntlets on. Constructing a spell while his mind was about to boil over, he released it from both arms. Condensing all his resources, he created a fist-sized ball of high energy. Morning Star. A star of wisdom shining in the void. I shall incinerate the dust, brilliantly illuminate the void and overturn Sosie with universal force. Element alternatives. What the fuck kind of name is this? The heinous god Astarte flapped her wings boldly. The dust wind shook the entire outer wall. The black dust became a super gravitational cage and tried to disintegrate Shin and his friends. However, I should have been 1,000 Shins. The winds of destruction never reached them. Like, I was wondering about that too, because like, if they were making the bodies with the information from the completed Philosopher's Stone, why was everyone else also like still suffering the corrosion disease? Like, if you're gonna clone their genetic information with the implant from the Philosopher's Stone, at least put the perfected information of the Philosopher's Stone on everyone else too, you know? Like, why the fuck does only Shin get the added protection? It makes no sense. All of it was sucked into the highly pure energy source that Shin had created. The sphere grew and absorbed a massive amount of dust. Soaring while swelling, it increased its gravitational pull. Spit out all of your corruption, Astarte. Shin clenched his fist toward Astarte above them. The ball of energy was already the size of Astarte's head. Like a supernova, it shined and sucked out the corruption of the dust accumulated by the heinous god's body, consuming it. Go! The ball of energy that sucked up the dust to its limit left Shin's control. Even with the power of the Philosopher's Stone, he was unable to control its orbit and the shining new star floated into orbit. Yeah, like, you can see that's the cocoon that Astarte came from, and then that's the actual, like, crack in the sphere. On the contrary, Shin felt the strength in his body being drained away and was experiencing severe emptiness. While choking, he wiped off the blood pouring out of his mouth. Astarte. Somehow managing to regain his posture, he gazed up at Astarte above him. Aside from the black aura surrounding her fading, her appearance did not seem to change at all. However,
Why
is that the music in the background? That seems so ominous. That voice.
シン、アスタルテよ。オリジンアスタルテはシンのおかげで正気を取り戻したの。
そう。そこのデバイスの言う通り。お前が汚れを払ってくれたおかげで、負の衝動が収まり、久々に 晴れやかな心地ですよ。
Device? Sarta's voice rang in their minds directly. She sounded almost like Enri's voice, yet it had a soothing ring to it.
私にも聞こえる。やったシン！アスタルテを浄化できたんだ。
残念ですが。この身はすでに汚染され尽くしています。長い年月、オーズに身を置いたため、存在そのものが過信になり果てている。賢者の石をもってしても、浄化することは不可能でしょう。
そんな。
Can you fix the crack first? The dust is probably still flowing in. Hello? Can you fix the crack first?
どうにもならないのですか？
せっかくここまで来て、あんまりですわ。
落ち着きなさい。私には伝えなくてはならないことがある。正気を保っている今のうちに。だから心を静かに。
They're gonna do the
私の
same.
声に耳を傾けるのです。
They're gonna do the same thing that happened to Marduk, where the original is just gone, and the second body has to be like the new one. So in this case, Enri's gonna have to take over. Starting. Gazing up at the origin of knowledge, Shin waited for her words. After turning to each and every one of them, Asarta's thoughtful voice rang.
シン、天球の再建にこの体を使いなさい。
Rebuild the celestial sphere? You mean to seal the cracks?
この体に蓄えられた汚れ、今のお前なら触媒として使えるでしょう。
But if I do that, it would mean I would have to sacrifice you.
まさかそのために最初から眉にくるまれてダストを引き受けていたというんですか？
言ったでしょう。この身はすでに汚染され尽くしている。家臣としての本能を抑えきれず、いつまたソシエに牙を剥くかもわからない。もう手遅れなのだと。だからこれはソシエの人類へのせめてもの罪滅ぼしなのです。
Hold on. Sin?
教会の弁を操作していたことを、意図的にダストを流入させ、ソシエの繁栄を管理していたから。でもそれはヘルメスに与えられた役目だったんでしょ？ソシエが存続するための必要悪の権能だって。
While glancing down at the group, Sarta turned silent. There seemed to be a deep anguish during the silence. For some reason, Shin felt a sense of conflict building in Astarte.
私にはこの大破壊を引き起こした責任があります。
That's not true. That crack was made by the Destroyer. Just because you were unable to stop it, I don't think you need to sacrifice yourself for that.
いいえ、違うのです。そうではなく、そもそもの発端、人類が天球の檻に封じられたのは私の所業のせい。
は？
どういうことですの？
栄華を極めた大国バビロン。原子力兵器の暴走が一つの世界ごと国を滅ぼした。お前たちもソシエの成り立ちをすでに知っているはずでしょう。
Well, Shin understood that within the void they were standing was once a land where ancestors like Hermes lived. The surviving human race was led to Socia while seeking a new life, but was unaware of the lies made by the Apostle Hermes. But the way Astarte phrased it was like, you sound like Hermes himself.
笑いなさい。おこがましくも開祖などと呼ばれた哀れな罪人の末路。
What? Huh? What the fuck? Are you?
カイソ・ヘルメス？送信アスタルテがヘルメスその人だなんて。
ヘルメスはダストを克服するための研究を続けていた。だけど自分の死期を悟って人格と知識を送信に受け継がせることを考えたの。それがアスタルテ、万骸のオリジンとされた影の存在。
ヘンリちゃん、知っていたの？
確信ができたのはここに来てから。ごめんなさい、今まで言い出せなくて。
Henry frowned as she faced down. Henry. You're Henry. It doesn't matter if your base was Astarte or Hermes.
シン。
生体デバイス。エンリを一個の人格として認めますか？ですが、それでいいのかもしれませんね。
Astarte. No. Hermes. You're...
私は原子力テクノロジーにおける次元干渉から異なる宇宙を観測する術を見出していました。バビロンでは滅びたはずの精霊が息づくみずみずしい大地。私は夢中でした。あの大地を知り、そしてたどり着きたい。栄華を極めながら停滞期にあった当時のバビロンにとって、そこはまさに夢の新天地だったのです。
Astarte started to get emotional. It was as if Hermes' personality was drawn out from the passions of the past. But her tone started to cloud.
しかし、バビロンには不倶戴天の敵国がいました。資源の枯渇から冷戦状態にこそありましたが、何かきっかけがあれば泥沼の消耗戦にもつれ込むほどの相手が。上層部は私に新兵器の開発を命じました。戦争を有利に進めるための切り札になるようにと。私は観測宇宙の研究を切り上げ、原子力兵器の開発に着手しました。研究者仲間や教え子たちは私がいやいややっていると思ったでしょうね。けれど私は望んで開発を進めていたのですよ。もちろん愛国心からなどではありません。あれは私のエゴでした。
Selfishness?
観測宇宙の存在を知られれば新たな領土をめぐっての戦いは避けられない。私の大地が汚されてしまう。そうなる前に戦争は終わらせたい。反撃する気も起きないような大量殺戮兵器を投入してでも。その結果が見ての通りです。
The electrically charged atmosphere created thunder in the distance. A sea of black clouds filled the sky above the grounds, and a gust that sounded like hell's cries whipped up a cloud of dust. Hermes had been watching the scenery the entire time. To atone for his sins, he transformed into a god and remained there even if his sanity was being eroded by the dust.
わかったでしょ？私の身を案じる必要はない。バビロンを王図に変え、人類を天宮の檻に閉じ込めた罪は決してすすがれるものではないのだから。ならば、せめてこの身を祖師への礎に。そして願わくば、賢者の石を宿した光栄に未来があらんことを。
Started. His story was reaching an end. Labeling himself as a sinner, Hermes wished for his death and was seeking Shin's help. The heinous god Astarte's body became a breeding ground for corruption. Only Shin can fix the celestial sphere using her remains.
さあ、迷うことはありません。シン・バルト。 あなたの力で一思いに楽に。早く。もうあまり長くは持ちません。ダストの汚れが理性を犯す。そうなれば私は破壊の衝動を抑えられない。
どうするんですの？
Shin clenched his fist. Astarte is a god. Staying here would go against Shin's beliefs, but if this was the only way to save her from suffering... His body started to move, but stopped again. What is the best way to go about this? Is there no way to save Sosie and Astarte as well? The struggle in his mind bound him down. Someone gently touched his trembling hand. When he raised his head, he spotted Enri with a faint smile.
辛い役目を押し付けてごめんなさい。
Enri.
これは通過儀礼。もうすぐ新しい時代が来て、私たちはいつかオーズの海さえ越えて行ける。
Enri, what are you saying?
あのね、私分かったの。人と送信の調和、5行のエレメントがあってソシエを形作る。けれど元素は巡るものだから、滅びの塵、ダストにだって調和の形がある。さっきシンが示してくれたように。
That's... As Shin watched, Enri spoke. Her eyes filled with depth and intellect overlapped Hermes and Arstartes. Her eyes filled with depth and intellect overlapped Hermes and Astartes. Enri, you're...
アスタルテは月の送信。月とはすなわちオーズ。広大無辺の闇にも英知は明かりを灯す。地、水、火、風、そして太陽の光。資源の5行のエレメントと同じように、アスタルテにも司るべき因子があるの。大丈夫。アスタルテが滅んでも私が後を継ぐ。新しいアスタルテになって次の時代よ。
No, you can't. Impulsively, he hugged Enri. He felt her warmth as he held her so tightly his fingers dug into her back. Enri's soft body, her scent, her breath, everything was so precious, he couldn't imagine her disappearing. He promised we'd all go back together. You have to come along too, Enri.
シン。
Enri smiled as she furrowed her brows slightly. It was gentle, yet slightly troubled, a smile Shin didn't know.
私に役目を果たさせて。もう決めたことだから。
No, you can't.
急いで。時間がありません。ダストの汚れが私を染めていく。今度はもうあなたたちを沈下するまで止まらない。
そんな。どうにもならないの？何か方法は？
犠牲になるならヘルメスの血を引く私だって。
It wasn't just Shin who was upset, but others as well. While being exposed to the corrosion disease, everyone was worried for Enri and was looking for ways other than her sacrifice. That was when... That voice echoed in the minds of everyone.
そうね。皆同じなの。同じなんだわ。執着があるから消えたくなくてもがき続けるの。私と同じ。
You're alive? What the fuck? Bro, how many more people are gonna be, like, coming back from the dead? Why is Cornelia still alive?
It wasn't Astarte and not someone who should be there. A chill ran through his entire body, and Shin turned around as if he were drawn in. Namtar?
ナムちゃん？
How did he know that the voice that echoed in his head was Namtar's? It was almost instinctive and Shin couldn't logically explain. She simply stood there, her head drooped down and remained quiet behind Miss Sonia. But her body emitted a haze that was like curses merging almost like the destroyer.
絵画は執着の形。塵に帰る命が痕跡を残したくて似姿を生み出す。きっと誰もが寂しがりなの。だから仲間を求めて手を伸ばして憎み合って。でもそんなのもうたくさんよね。
この声忘れません。貴様は
Are you Cinderella? I swear, we have like so many instances of like dead people freaking coming back. What the fuck? Namtar's body began to shake. The haze rising from her body took form and wrapped around her limbs. Like a puppet, she raised her dominant hand. The corruption combined and formed a spear. Stop it! Let go of Namtar!
どうしてあなたの望みを叶えてあげようとしているのよ。その娘の代わりに私がオリジンになることで。
What?
はいかぶり姫、やめなさい。
どうして彼女が消滅したのではなかったの？
ええ、消滅するところだったわ。体を構成するダストを奪われて存在を維持することもできなくなって。今思い出しても寒気がする。死とはああいうものでしょうね。けれど私は消えたくなかった。生きて幸せを感じたかった。誰よりもただ純粋に。ささやかなこの願いを皆無だからって諦めるなんて理不尽。あってはならないでしょ。だから必死でしがみついたの。残りカスのようなダストに紛れてこの体に。
ナムタルさんに憑依して潜んでいたと。そんな、今まで全然気づかなかったなんて。
What the fuck?
無理もないわ。だって憑依できた私は本当にささやかでちっぽけなものだったから。宿主のこの娘自身全く気づいていなかったでしょうね。せいぜい少し違和感があったくらいかしら。私も意識を保つので精一杯だった。娘の体を乗っ取るどころか気を抜くと消えてしまいそうになる低たらく。けれど意識が薄れるたびに繰り返したわ。生きたい、消えたくない、幸せになりたいって。
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. Like, what bruh. Bruh, what the fuck?
そしてチャンスが巡ってきた。
You're talking about the battle in Ore. Ore is swirling with a high concentration of dust in comparison to Sosie. Cinderella must have taken that power in gradually. Right when Namtar was exhausted from the battle with Astarte, she plotted to take her body overusing her accumulated power.
なんという執念。呆れるほどの生への執着か。
けれどその思いを遂げさせるわけにはいかない。
誰にだって生きる権利はあるのに皆無だからと虐げるの？罪人であるはずのヘルメスの始末には葛藤していたのに、
矛盾しているわね。憎い人。
Unable to speak back, his expression clouded. What she said was true. Shin couldn't find an answer in him and couldn't move forth.
そんな顔しないで、シン。言ったでしょ。あなたの願いを叶えてあげるって。あなたに代わって、この私が新世界を開いてあげるわ。
Stop it. Namtar's manipulated arm swung with great force. Celis and friend moved to stop her, but the black spear was thrown a moment earlier. Ripping through the air, the spear was headed toward Enri. Enri! In a hurry, Shin shoved Enri's body down. The black spear skimmed past Shin's back and... The black spear was pierced right into the heinous god Astartes' stomach. Cinderella's voice echoed in the void as Namtar's body collapses like a puppet that lost its strings.
ラムタルさん、一体何がどうなったんですの？
She possessed Astartes' body?
ハイカブリ姫はあの槍に自分の意識も含めたリソースの全てを込めていた。あの女の狙いが分かった。シン！
Her target was Astartes since the start. She plans on possessing Astarte after Namtar. Shin looked up at Astartes' main body. With a black spear pierced in her abdomen, her huge body writhed as her body began to disintegrate.
ヘルメスの命、オリジンの体が今、私のものに。
Man, what the fuck?
いけません。お前は全てを灰に。ヘンリー、せめてお前にオリジンの剣を。
Henry! Henry stared into the void and cried out loud as Shin hugged her. Astartes' body began to spark from the inside and began to crumble. Under her skin was hollow, and dust spewed out like an infinite spring. It looked more like ink than dust, the jet black mass that wouldn't let any light through, covers and swarms through the air of ore. Bubbles formed as if it was moving, while Cinderella's laughter became a monstrous sound that struck their brains.
闇の中から出てくる。
That's... The first thing they spotted was a massive snake swimming through the jet black air. Giant wings that brush away the dark clouds, with their arms stretched out proudly. The new god of ore makes an appearance. Cinderella, she made Astartes' powers her own.
ハイカブリ姫。いいえ、違うわね。哀れで儚いハイカブリはもういない。名乗りましょう。私はザグレンス。疑心アスタルテに代わる新たにして真なる月のオリジン。
ザグレス。新たなオリジンって。
神としてまず告げるわ。万物はダストに抱かれなさい。決して寂しくないよう、すべてが等しく塵となるよう。
Playing Hades.
フラスコの中でうごめく小さくか弱い者たち、この手に抱いてあげる。塵となって灰となって私と同じ夢を見る。
Cinderella, now known as Zagreus, squirmed her lower serpentine body. She began heading towards the crack in the celestial sphere. The remnants of Astartes' cocoon somehow managed to seal the damaged area. Noticing what she was aiming for, Shin felt a chill like his heart was grabbed. Stop! Anything but that! Zagreus crossed her arms. Flashing her deadly claws, she sliced through the cocoon. The threads, which were already crumbling, was fragile like paper against Zagreus' claws. We're ending? I don't even know what ending we're on. I don't know if we're even close to the ending at this point, because like we've had 3 dead people come back from the dead and like extend the story somehow. Shin watched in shock as the threads fly up into the void. The seal was finally broken. It was just too easy. The crack that separated Sosie and Or has been pierced and nothing was blocking the flow of dust anymore. What awaited them was destruction. From the unprecedented oblivions that will wipe out many lives in Arceus. It's my fault. I hesitated with Sarte in front of me. My weakness invited the destruction of Sosie.
そんなに自分を責めて苦しむことはないわ。憎らしくも愛しい人。あなたもカイナに私の子に生まれ変わらせてあげる。そして同じ夢を見ましょう。
Cinderella.
ザグレウスよ。それが神としての私の意志。幸せの形。ねえ、今度は受け入れてくれるかしら。
Hi. Unlike the time she cut through the cocoon, Zagreus approached him slowly like a tease. Her abyssal, dark eyes stared at Shin, glaring at him with her huge face. She licked her lips seductively.
まだよ。あなたを倒し花を塞げばソシエは救われる。
アスタルテとの戦いでクタクタのあなたたちにそれができるとでも？
この命ある限り私たちは戦う。ソシエで待つ民や送信たちのためにも。
ああ、本当にけなげなのね。今にも消えそうな体でまだ私を否定してみせるなんて。
Zagreus turned around in the void and swirled above their heads. She smirked as she gazed down at them.
いいわ、家庭の話。私を倒し穴を塞げたとしましょう。それであなたたちの未来に何があるというのかしら。
何って。
フラスコの中でいつ壊れるともしれない暮らしを救急と送るの。それが幸せ？守るべき未来？もう認めなさい。真実を知ったのなら自分をごまかすのはやめて素直になればいい。箱庭の存続に価値なんてないの。フラスコの中の小人がいつまでも人のふりをしても虚しいだけ。違う。
Celis shook her head. She denied fiercely as she continued to keep her stance. Zagreus' laugh echoed as if it was wiping out her voice.
だったら証明してみなさい。ソシエの未来に何があるのか私に教えてごらんなさいな。それができないというなら。
Zagreus raised her arm and plunged it into the dark cloud of dust. As if she was tearing through cotton candy, she grabbed some and threw it at Shin and the others. He quickly stepped forth and slashed the chunk away. It was like cutting a water balloon. The inside sprayed out and the dust rained down like a shower. Guys, Their bodies that already suffered from the corrosion disease were not immune enough to withstand the shower of highly concentrated dust. The black rain contaminated his friends' bodies.
満足に動けるのはあなただけのようね、シン。
Zagreus.
かわいそうに。彼女たちはもう手遅れ。ソシエの体に戻るまでとても持たないでしょうね。それでもまだ抗うの、シン。勝利しても一人ぼっち。未来に何の希望もないと知ってなお。
There is hope, as long as we don't give up.
虚勢はよしなさい。本当は分かっているのでしょう。心のどこかでは無理だって。もう苦しまなくていいのよ。私が抱きしめてあげる。賢者の石が灰の世界のために。
No, the harmony of elements is a possibility to overcome the dust. Blade set. Black Cloud Crystal Sword. Raising his blade, Shin darted forth. Becoming a single arrow that pierced the mist of dust, he slashed at the mighty snake god Zagreus. Right as the tip reached her, Zagreus twisted her snake-like body and dodged. As she shifted her body, the crack in the celestial sphere that was blocked by her massive body became visible. Losing the plug from the cocoon, the hole was now open and became a perfect wind tunnel. The turbulence formed by the winds caused Shin to lose his balance.
残念ね。あなたの守りたいソシエもあなたを拒絶しているみたい。
Zagreus sent slashes with her claws. Shin was defenseless in midair and couldn't dodge it. He quickly turned his back, but her claws gouged deep into Shin's chest. He suddenly felt the burning pain and freezing cold all over his body. The slow motion effect of his blood droplets spurting. The extended perception seemed to have a thin film over it and lacked a sense of reality. Zagreus' blood-covered claws were pinching something. The Philosopher's Stone. The crystal that was removed from Shin's chest was about to go into her hands. The gouge on his chest encroached the stone, barely connected by blood-covered tubes. But even that snapped, and the stone was about to be completely torn away from his body.
よく頑張ったわ、シン。けれど、それも終わり。あなたの苦しみの源を奪い取ってあげる。
No, the Philosopher's Stone is the harmony with Henry and everyone. No more kidney stone.
叶わぬ夢を見るのはもうやめなさい。
Snap. The last tube that was connected to the stone was ripped off. Emptiness struck his old body. Emptiness struck his old body. His body fell quietly into the void. Not having any strength to move, darkness began filling his vision. I couldn't do it. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, Henry. The powers couldn't reach it after all. There's nothing I can do. That's right. I only got the Philosopher's Stone by luck. It's like a miracle that I even got this far. Giving up eases his mind. He was fully exhausted and even thinking was tiring. With everyone's support and the approval from the Origins made him think he could save the world, but I don't have the talent or wisdom like Master Alberto's. There's no way I can protect Sosie. Reality hit him hard as he fell. Whilst losing the Philosopher's Stone, Shin's body was exposed to the corrosion from the dust and easily decayed. The pain from his gouged chest was gone. He didn't feel any heat or cold. His senses were simply swallowed by the darkness. Soon his mind will melt and disappear into nothingness. But what came into his mind was a strange sense of comfort. If Henry, Arya, Salas, and everyone will equally become dust, he won't be lonely. Shin gave up trying to look with his hazy vision as he lowered his eyelids. A gentle warmth wrapped his body but lost all senses. Henry used all her might to catch Shin as he fell. His crumbling body was held and was patted roughly. He thought his senses were gone, but her warmth was an exception. Henry. His body began to crumble as the corrosion progresses. Unable to let out any more words, Shin spoke to her in his mind. Sorry, Somehow he wasn't scared. He can tie Enry's arms, he can sleep in peace.
シン、ダメ、眠らないで。
Enry.
お願い聞いて。シンが賢者の石を手にしたのは偶然なんかじゃない。シンだから、運命がシンを選んだの。シン。
His consciousness was fading. Enry's voice, who was shouting next to him, becomes distant.
シン、聞いて。未来は閉ざされてない。シンが諦めなければ、その先はあるの。
Let me sleep. I'm tired, Enry.
ダメ、シン。行かせない。絶対、ダメ。
That was when he felt something hot against his lips. A soft contact of flesh. The breath that was blown in brought back Shin's mind that was drowning in the darkness. Enry was kissing him, holding Shin's head, sucked on his lips so strong it almost took away his breath.
ファウンダーコードコンプリート。シン、見果てぬ夢をあなたに。
While being connected with the kiss, the whisper was not an actual voice and was woven into his mind. Enry's figure appeared like a phantom from the darkness. At that moment, Shin felt like he was floating. Guided by her, his consciousness that was on the verge of sinking in the darkness was sent soaring into space. This is... What the fuck is this?
アスタルテ、ヘルメスが届かなかった望み。遥かなる旅路。シン、意識を私と同調させて、目の前の光景をよく見て。
Shin was now a single meteor that ripped across the darkness of Ur. As they soared even higher, he felt a sense of exhilaration. The stars cascaded across space as the scenery constantly changed.
私たちは今、ブラックホールを抜けて観測宇宙を飛んでる。あの星雲の彼方に目指すべき新天地があるの。
The new world. The true Arceus. Hermes once aimed to go there. He dreamed of abandoning the dying ore to move to the new world with the remaining people. But it was an impossible dream. In the end, Hermes was only able to create a diorama of the true Arceus. And that diorama is about to be destroyed. There's nothing left for you to...
いいえ、シン。あなたにはまだ一つだけ知らされてないことがあるの。それは、ソシエの本当の姿。天球はただ、大地の入れ物のフラスコというだけじゃない。それ自体が大きな箱舟なの。
An arc? Enry. A new image came to Shin's mind. The knowledge of the celestial sphere and the philosophy behind its design, an enormous amount of information rushed into his mind. Shin's consciousness detached from his body accepted it all. Special navigation, the special technology to minimize the oblivion, the extra-dimensional navigation to surpass the black hole. Theoretically, the base idea was proven, but something was missing for the celestial sphere to become an arc. Completing the engine made by the 6 elements and circulating the dust. The Philosopher's Stone project. I see. I get it now. The real reason why Astarte aimed to complete the Philosopher's Stone. It wasn't just for sealing the cracks at the border. The Philosopher's Stone was a necessary key to travel to the Promised Land.
シン、見て。
Henry's voice lured Shin's consciousness into a distant galaxy once again. Beyond the pits of the void, going past the observational space, there was a mysterious and prosperous land where spirits lived. There? Is it there, Henry?
シンのアルケウス。その楽園なら、私たちはダストに怯えなくていい。本当の意味で大地に立てるの。
We're in fucking space! The distance to paradise was still far. Blocked by the pits of the void and the layers of dust, it almost felt impossible to go there. But now that's changed. The celestial sphere that was only floating in Ur can function as an arc. They can gather all the abilities in Socie. It wasn't an unreachable distance.
シン、わかるでしょ？私たちには未来があるわ。そしてそれは、シンがエレメントを束ねて、希望を紡いだからこそ見れるものなの。シンが消えたら、未来は閉ざされてしまう。約束の大地にたどり着くことは 永遠にできなくなるの。だから。
Henry. Promised land was growing distant. Shin's consciousness flew again at great speed and was being pulled back to his decaying body in reality. With the Philosopher's Stone taken away and his chest gouged out, his limbs were eaten away by the corrosion. Unable to move a single finger on his own, his 5 senses were long gone, and his body was practically dead. However, the will that resides in it was different from before. The urge to vanish whispered by Zagreus was no longer there to tempt him. The new hope that Henry showed him was a definite, driving force to keep his heart going. I am the Alchemist of Harmony, Shin Balt. A hoarse voice came from the back of his throat. Suddenly, the pain came back. The pain in his chest and joints made him cry fiercely and bend over. Trembling, he panted many times and took in the air. Functions of his heart filtered the contaminated air mixed with dust and converted it into energy. An equivalent exchange. That's the most primitive form of alchemy. Thanks, Henry. I'm sorry. I won't give up. I now have a new dream.
Shin!
Henry's voice was filled with sobs. Supported by her, Shin managed to get to his feet, holding his wound on his chest to focus. Earth, water, fire, wind, sun, and the element of the moon. All elements symbolize harmony in my body. All elements go around and form a cycle. That was the base of the Founder's Code, the final element needed for the Philosopher's Stone that he managed to get while aligning with Henry. Shin quietly chanted the name of that spell. Grand Socius spell. Ars Magna. They said the thing! They said the thing! With Shin's body as the core, the alchemy circle was completed. That moment, light surged from inside Shin. The light that emerged from Shin illuminated Ore. Zagreus looked down at the group with a look of astonishment.
賢者の石は単なる鉱石の結晶じゃない。エレメントを一つにするという概念の結実が賢者の石を形作る。言うなれば真こそが賢者の石そのもの。見えている物質を奪われてもその本質は失われたりしない。
What the fuck?
そんなことが
Zagreus crushed the crystal in her fist. The Philosopher's Stone that resisted the dust and was once able to store infinite resources easily turned to dust. Meanwhile, a new Philosopher's Stone was forming inside Shin. Henry was right. Was the Philosopher's Stone and Shin's existence the same? The pulsating light turned into particles and filled the wound on his chest and began regenerating his body that was corroding. I am the stone of my soul. I am the grain of my rock. Granite is my body and purpose is my blood or something. I fucking trying to make the UBW chant. But make it rocks instead of swords. What the fuck? Ars Magna. Shin was now experiencing one of the goals that the Apostle Hermes aimed for and couldn't reach. That's the only line I know. Isn't it like, I'm the bone of my sword, steel is my body, and fire is my blood? Something like that. Because there's like two versions. I know there's like two versions. There's Archer's version, and then there's Miyashiro's version, which are like different. Henry, the contract of the gods. Henry grasped Shin's hand he extended. The particles turned into beads of light and collected into Henry's hand.
エレメントの輝きよ。縁と断りを紡ぐ糸となれ。
The beads of light changed shape in Henry's hand. Like a ball of yarn, it spread threads of light into space. Henry spun the thread and wove it to cover her fallen friends. Feels your body. The warm waves purified the dust and spun together with the lives that were about to be lost.
暖かい。これ、シンやエリちゃんの。
Arya stood with her hands on her knee.
私、まだ生きている。動ける。
Solas used her sword as a cane and turned to look up the snake god.
立てますわ。私、まだこんな場所で終われませんの。
魂がつながっている。賢者の石の調和の光が。
Maltin and friend used each other as support while Sonia and Sasha raised their trembling bodies. No one has given up yet. Surrounded by the ring of light, they are encouraged by their overflowing powers.
かわいそうに。そのまま倒れていたら安らかに生けたというのに、まだ苦しむのね。決められた運命を拒んで。
My fate and future aren't decided yet. We have a tomorrow to grasp with our own hands.
明日なんて来ない。フラスコの中の小人には永遠に続く今日があるだけ。灰に抱かれて夢を見られれば寂しくないね。
Still, no matter how painful it is, I want to see a tomorrow.
ああ、本当に憎い人。
Zagreus seemed to show pity and annoyance towards Shin. Raising her arm, she prepared to slash all of them with her claws. Shin and the others who finally managed to get to their feet didn't have enough strength to dodge her attack.
渡してあげる。すぐに楽になれるよ。
させない。
Suddenly, numerous spears formed in the direction Zagreus was heading. Attempting to escape from the spears pointed toward her, Zagreus flipped her serpentine body, but unable to dodge all, several black spears struck the former body of the Origin Astarte.
まだいたの？ずっと寝ていた方が幸せだったのに。
ナムタル、シンと一緒。カエマでも仲間だから。
お前なんて私が灰かぶりから脱皮するためのつなぎでしかないわ。用済みの抜け殻はおとなしく消えていなさい。
Resonating with Zagreus' rage, dark matter was fired out like bullets. Taking one hit would perish the body. It was a magic bullet of death.
アッシュクラフト、アンブレラシールド。
Namtar uses a shield created by her Ashcraft ability to deflect the opponent's attack. Namtar!
シン、みんなごめんな。ナムタルがこいつ連れてきたからこんなことになって。でもナムタル分かった。ナムタルが生まれた意味、賢者の石を宿すために生まれたのに選ばれなかったからだ。アンナはだからナムタルになってシンに出会ったんだな。
What?Shin was stunned as Namtar suddenly mentioned his sister's name. With her black spear in hand, Namtar, who faced Zagreus, looked more mature than he's ever seen.
シンの妹、アンナは賢者の石ファクターの候補だったの。ナムタルやアンナにあったあざはその印。賢者の石を後天的に宿すには素質を必要としたから。でもアンナはその前にオブリビオンに巻き込まれた。カイマになった体をアスタルテは密かに回収し眠らせていた。そしてナムタルを 賢者の石の実験体として使ったの。その影響でカイマにもかかわらずナムタルは成長して人と似た性質を持つようになった。
So Anna and Namtar were the same person. So you did bang your sister, you fucking idiot. The Philosopher's Stone inside me was supposed to be for Namtar, but since I wasn't able to protect Namtar...
違う。シンを守るのはナムタル。アンナの代わりにシンは使命を果たしてくれた。だからナムタルはシンを守る。ナムタル、アンナの記憶はないけどシンのこと大好き。エンリもアリアもみんな好き。この気持ちがナムタル一番大事。
カイマが思い出を語るな。
Zagreus was more agitated than ever. She must have gotten annoyed at Namtar, who bonded with humans despite being an ash demon. The snake god screamed and lashed out in anger. The dark matter swirled and crashed down at Namtar's shield. The magic bullet itself created an impact and distorted their shield. Unable to resist this time, it broke through the force field. Namtar! Before Namtar's body was pulled into the force field, Shin pushed her down. The force field continued to expand and tried to consume the two. But that was when the space interfered, as if it was protecting them. A ripple appeared in the void, and after several severe clashes, the force field diffused.
危ないところだったね。やっぱり私がいないと。
Arya!
我々もいるぞ。
本調子には程遠いですが、休んでいられる状況ではありませんからね。これが最後の戦い。開祖と破壊者の時代からの因縁を私たちの手で終わらせる。
Shin's friends gathered around him. Everyone should be wounded and exhausted, yet they got into battle formation. Guys.
やはりこうなるのね。いいでしょう、シン。賢者の石の子供。あなたがあくまであがくのなら、苦しみに満ちた明日と安らかな停滞の今日、偽りの世界がどちらを選ぶのか、答えを決めましょうか。
Come, Zagreus. You won't lose. At one point I gave up. I lost hope and my decaying body nearly returned to dust. What brought me back was the possibility of tomorrow that Enri showed me. To respond to her sincerity, Shin can't give up again. Zagreus descends. Surrounded by a darkened aura, she was trying to swallow the light emitting from Shin's Ars Magna. Blade sang. Shin was calm. His mind was clear and was aware of the spells that needed to be input into his gauntlet. Heated in the Ether Gear furnace, he forged a blade that will cut a god. Extending the red-hot blade, Shin raised his arm. This is the end. His will to fight rose. Strangely, his heart was on fire, but the core in his head was cool. His exhausted body and mind were being sharpened to the optimal state to fight. Before his eyes was the massive figure of Zagreus. Without any fear or dismay, Shin chose the right action to take. That shout was something that came unconsciously. In half a second, various memories flashed about. All the experiences that led to this moment became 1,000 feelings that ignite his exhausted body. At that very moment, the final battle began. $20,000 HP! Has defensive priorities cut damage, fixed number of rounds cannot be removed. 99? Oh my god. Has priorities to gain evasion against melee attacks. Okay, before we start this battle, I need to go to the toilet real quick. Give me a moment. I've returned. So, final battle. Evasion against melee attacks for, I guess 99 is 99 freaking rounds. And then damage cut. She has, oh, she's resistant to everything, but she's resistant to everything equally. So I guess it doesn't actually matter what I use. This is already proven to have working all this time. I just pissed, man. Like, I've been streaming for like almost 5 hours, man. I was like, you know, and I was like drinking water the entire time. Oh. Okay, so she's not resistant to anything, so I can like just do whatever here. Let's apply Sword Buster first. Yeah, let's apply Sword Buster. Tower of Dreams, and then let's apply attack decrease on her as well. We'll do Guardian Sign, and then for Namtar, Spiral Drill. Let's see. Do a Chain Blade. And then let's apply a technique down. And then Mercy Grace. I'll do an extra heal. I think I should be able to remove get other variation does with these and then for Namtar, Pierce back. Ow. Just apply all of the debuffs we have. Try for paralysis. Nice, the paralysis hit. So now she has a chance of like not acting. It's the power of next attack by 25%. Ooh. Do we already have a defense down on her? No, we don't have yet. So we can try again. Sword Buster. Heal all. Straight Saber. My god, Solus is not doing that much damage. Oh, I think the paralyze. Yeah, the paralysis proc, nice. We still have paralyze on, so we don't have to do any other debuffs. Let's do Distant Road, Burst Rush, and then Broken Bullet. So keep trying for this defense decrease here. And then we have full bar, so let's go for Rushing Blade. Heal all Stitch. Actually, we don't need elemental armor just yet. Needle Rush, Shooting Star, then Cross Vanish. Let's do Sword Buster. And then we're one turn away from another Tower of Dreams. Element Glow. We'll do Mercy Grace again. And then we'll do an Elixir Heal to get rid of the debuffs. Tower of Dreams again, and then Straight Saber. Maybe we do the Force Bullet so that Sonya can get mana again. Warning, okay. If it gives me the warning like that, we have to use our damage cuts. So, Fine Iron Furnace. Do I give, I guess we might need a heal actually. Yeah, heal all Stitch, and then now we'll pop Element Armor. And also... Alright, actually. Yeah, this one is just defense. Doesn't give yeah, we need cross guard share, I think. Cuts down the damage. Guardian sign, and then Henry does Nocturne doesn't have enough mana for a Black Roof, but we did use the one for Celis, so I think we'll be fine. Oh yeah, we barely survived without. The Guardian sign was late, bro. What the fuck? Trying to apply our debuffs again. And then we need to heal all with oh, actually, ooh, we actually need oh, but then she doesn't have mana. Wait, hold on. Do I have one Ramriza tea. We'll do armor the I guess I can do element armor now. Here, oh, we still haven't. I thought I gave. What? I guess we'll give it to Henry. I need to have the two healers like basically recovering each other. Wait, hold on. Does this also block mana recovery? What? So I just wasted freaking. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? It blocks. Might have a problem here. A bit more. I don't think it was that. I think it's just like I was not paying attention to my items that much because we haven't really used our items like ever. Our consumables. Did I already do Divine Iron Furnace earlier? I think I did. I have to try and apply paralysis again. And then Needle Rush. Still not enough MP. I think we just first aid Celis. Iron Iron Furnace, and then we don't have Curse anymore, so I think we can heal all Stitch. Get everyone to full. But we need to start giving mana. Sonya can get mana from her Force Bullet, so that she's fine, but we need to give mana to like everyone. Yeah, we have to be more conservative with our mana now. Because I have like barely any. Curse again. We can do another Tower of Dreams. And then... I don't have enough... Okay, Ramrize on the Sonya. Almost there. Adamant Edge. Little kick. Burst Rush. Elixir Heal. Just a little more. One last push. One last push. We're almost there. I've used all my mana. We're almost there. Force Bullet. Oh, we're one turn away from Boss Vanish. There we go.
使命のためにもっと強くなるの。
Nice place, Johan. Please. Not another one. Not another one who comes back from the dead. A voice that was neither a sign nor a moan echoed for a long while. Jin didn't even try to dodge the final claw Zagreus swung at him. He simply raised his arm and grabbed her wrist. All he felt was the weight of the massive body and was not a killing blow of any sort. Shin sensed Zagreus' body on the verge of death. Faint ink-like tears rolled out from her beady eyes. A shudder ran through her massive snake body as it began to decay. The black particles that rose were the elements that formed Zagreus. Zagreus, you're wrong. If the dust is part of the harmony, instead of painting everything over, you should have been the one to make a change. I think Ash Demons could have had that. If you had a heart that understood loneliness, there could have been a way to like Namtar. To be continued cliffhanger. Bro, that would be so ass. Like, the game is already like not that. Like I said before, the game compares to other visual novels that were like released decades ago, like a decade ago. So it's already like not looking good. If it hits us with a to be continued, that's fucked, man. That's not it. You have to understand, Zagreus. No, Cinderella. The battle had come to an end. The wrist Shin held onto was starting to crumble and the lonely snake god was staring with empty eyes. Everything flows in a cycle. What if the Apostle Hermes was aiming to incorporate the dust into that cycle? Shin spoke. He gazed up at the celestial sphere beyond the snake god where Sosie was. The corrosion at the crack caused the surface of the glass to turn black and was on the verge of collapsing. Zosia may have been an artificial world, but it was also a cradle with possibilities for evolution. Therefore, the creatures who lived there were never lonely. The people, gods, and even the ash demons were all connected. Game? It already doesn't. Like, on Twitch I'm streaming as no game, and on YouTube I can't even add the game on the option. Neither of them already consider the game to begin with. Probably because it's like very niche. Pale light began to form in Zagreus' chest. She tried to hold the light resembling a glow of fireflies in her crumbling arms. That light is proof that Cinderella was alive, the fire of being. That will turn into a new seed and bear fruit in Sosie. It'll probably take a long time. Just like how Arya's mother, Cornelia, turned into Cinderella, she will become someone else. But that is the cycle of harmony. If the Destroyer was able to carve a curse in the dust, you can put a prayer in it as well. Otherwise, it'll be an even sadder ending. The light poured out of Zagreus' fingers soared into the void. Floated around for a while in a confused manner, but eventually was drawn by the gravitational pull of the crack and was drawn into the celestial sphere.
こんなに私が思っていたのに、とうとうあなたは私を見てくれなかったわね。でも諦めないわ。私が私でなくなっても、いつの日か。
Cinderella. Her final words were something only Shin could hear in his heart. Shin watched the light of Cinderella return to Sosie. Losing her, the vessel once called Zagreus returned into a colossal lump of resources without a host. Shin purified and crystallized it before it dissipated into ore. The Ars Magna that embodied the Philosopher's Stone made it possible. As Shin held the crystal, his exhausted friends gathered around.
いよいよ仕上げだね、シン。その結晶で亀裂を修復するんですのね。
それで私たちのソシエは救われます。
侵食現象に怯えることもなくなって平和がやってくるんだ。
長く苦しい戦いだったが、ようやく報われるか。
よかったな。頑張ったもんな。
ええ、悔いはないわ。これで。
Celis gripped her hand tightly at her chest. Shin already knew, even if he performed first aid using the threads of light from Ars Magna, the poison from the dust was running throughout his friends' bodies. He knew that they were in the final stages of the corrosion disease and was struggling to even stay standing. Guys.
大丈夫。誰も死なせない。ちゃんと帰れるの。これは。
A thread of light began surrounding Celis and the others, overlapping one another. It coiled into a thin layer to form the shape of a cocoon.
亀裂を塞ぐ前にみんなの眉をソシエに返すわ。眉の中で魂の情報だけより分けて無事な体に戻れるように。
Hold on. I don't know if you guys heard the beep. Hopefully you guys didn't hear the very loud and obnoxious beep there.
すごいでしょ。アスタルテの英知を受け継いだ今の私ならこれくらいのゲートはできるのだわ。
Starting once tried to use Shin's sister, Anna, as the factor for the Philosopher's Stone. She simply didn't actively use her powers, but always had the power to control the lives in Sosie and maneuver souls from the start. The doorbell? Oh, you actually heard it? Yeah. That's I don't know. I think the sound on my... Because I still have my old phone, the phone that I used to use. I just use it as like an extra tablet now. But I think the sound is broken. So like all of the notification sounds now are just like a loud beep. I don't know how to fix it. Using those powers, Henry was trying to send Solace and the others on the verge of death back to their hibernating bodies and associate.
待って、でもその場合、エリちゃんは？エリちゃんも一緒に阻止へ戻れるんだよね。
術式を操る私自身が眉になることはできないわ。それに私には亀裂の修復を見届ける務めがあるの。
そんな。ここに残るつもりですか？
You can't do that. You have to come with us. The cocoon thread started to surround not only Solace and the others, but Shin's body as well. Shin was in shock as he saw Henry's smile directed at him.
この結晶があれば、あとは私でも亀裂は塞げる。ありがとう。シンのおかげなの。
What are you saying? I have to stay too.
シンにはまだソシエで必要としてる人たちが大勢いる。やることがたくさんある。だから。
Henry, we said we'll be together. We said we'll go home together.
いつも一緒なの。私はここでシンたちを見守ってるから。
No, what I want to say is... Threads of light surrounded his entire body. The layer obscured his view of Henry. Shin shouted out as loud as he could. Please, Henry, if you're going to say, let me...
シン、さよならは言わないの。またいつでも会えるようになるから。
Henry! Henry! Screaming as loud as he can, Shin tried to extend his hand, but even his arm was surrounded by the threads of light. Within the cocoon that gently embraced him, his body turned to light. It was warm and peaceful, like being inside a mother's... Here we go again with the freaking mother's womb comparison. Like, bro, what is your obsession with mother's wombs, man? The sensation was too comfortable for those who survived the harsh battle. Therefore, Shin was asleep before he knew it. In the depths of slumber, Shin had a dream. I'm aiming for the distant galaxy. One large silk moth was flapping her wings across the skies. Behind her was the celestial sphere of Sosia as the silk moth led it through the vast darkness. Their progress was slow, and the paradise they aimed for seemed dauntingly distant. The silk moth did not fret, nor was it in despair. At times she would get tired and rest in her cocoon, but those who lived on the ark would support her and empower her with their wisdom. The silk moth flapped her wings again as the odd ball-shaped ark followed her endlessly. It was a journey to a place far, far away. I know, right? It was an important wish woven by all humans, gods and life forms inside the small diorama. The dwarfs inside the flask in a deep sleep all saw the same dream. Bro! So she's gonna drag the arc, the celestial sphere, across the galaxy until they reach the actual, like, real Arceus. God damn, dude. What the fuck? What is this? Yeah, because we never saw any of the scenes. Problem. Yes. Please tell me there's a post-credit scene. You almost went for the entire 8 shit. Oh, Teacher Balt, you're slacking off and sleeping here? Goodness, you really lack of seriousness. I'm gonna tell Professor Arya. I wasn't slacking off. I'm just lying here and meditating. But if he was tattled on, Shin couldn't win, so he got up. 2 girls who enrolled this year were looking down at him with frowns. Professor Arya was looking for you. I think it's about the Celestial Sphere research coming up next month. Got it. I'll be right there. Please do. I don't want to waste my precious time running errands like this. That's harsh, Letitia. See you, teacher. Please take us out to do some fieldwork again. Yeah, make sure you prepare to form contracts with the gods. Now then. After seeing them off, Shin stood up. Stretching lightly, he brushed the grass from his jacket. Headmaster Sonia is impatient, so I guess I better finish up writing the plans. Oh, Sonia's the headmaster now? What the fuck?
Hora, ここ、書式間違ってる。
Hey, yo? What the? Shin looks weird. Oh, but they have the rings. Yeah, okay, so we've confirmed our route. We got Arya. Really?
今度の調査遠征の代表はシンでしょ。学派名じゃダメ。
You should be in charge, Arya.
私は学派の代表だもの。遠征隊全体のリーダーはシンだって、もう決まったことでしょ。
If this works now? Yeah, it kind of looks weird. I'm not fit for it. I wish I could only do research.
いつまでも子供みたいなこと言わないの。シンに憧れて、錬金術師を志した子だっているんだよ。
I'm glad to know that, but in this academy?
え？もしかして気づいてないの？レティシャさんよ。シンの記録を読んで感銘を受けたって、それは熱っぽく語っていたわ。
Really? Letitia? Not expecting her, Shin's eyes widened. Someone who neglected the academy events, she acted like a chairman with a strong attitude.
彼女、とっても優秀よね。まだ1年生なのに、シンが手続きとかで煩わしくないよう立ち回ってくれて。レティシャさんがシンに影響されて、不真面目にならないことを祈るわ。ぜひとも反面教師にしてほしいところね。
Does this kidney stone? True. I guess that never changes. Unable to return her sarcasm, Shin was at a loss for words. Before he was attacked any further, he wrote down the necessary information. Does this work?
そうそう。ちゃんと取り組めばすぐじゃない。普段は自分の好きなことしかやりたがらないんだから。
Sure are my big sister after all.
近頃、姉さん女房にレベルアップしましたけど。
That's right. Jin raised his head as his eyes caught her smiling. Am I a henpecked husband?
敷いてないと、どこかに行っちゃうでしょ、君は。
Get after his phone food now. No, he's probably got used to it. She blushed, yet Arya seemed confident. On her ring finger was a ring that proved her bond with Shin. I won't go anywhere without you, Arya. He and Arya announced the new Arcus project. It was made in response to Sola's speech announcing the truth of Sosia. The grand plan was to make the Celestial Sphere into an arc and head for paradise. The research expedition was part of that plan. They were gathering a group of people to build a base outside the Celestial Sphere. We're both looking in the same direction, right? Arya nodded once and then stared into the distance.
でもね、同じ方向を見るのもいいけど、たまにはこっちを見てほしいかなって。母も同じように思ったのかな。だから一緒にオーズへの旅に出て。
Arya's mother, Cornelia, she was the alchemist that was the base for Cinderella. She was the wife of the sage Nicola and the woman who left the newborn Arya behind and never came back. Arya.
あ、ごめん。締めっぽくするつもりじゃなくて。
Oh shit.
Shin raised his head and placed a kiss on her neck. A weak voice escaped from Arya.
もう、いきなり何するの？
Suddenly felt like doing that.
後つけないでよね。弟子たちにまたからかわれちゃう。
Will affect the strict Mrs. Arya's dignity.
わかってるなら、もう。
Arya sighed as if she gave up. She nodded to her again. I'm always watching you. There's so much I can't do without you. We're both busy, but I'd like to go out to do some field work with you sometime.
はあ、たまにこういうこと素で言うからずるいのよね。とにかく、そのためにはまず、目前に控えた調査遠征を成功させること。
Yeah, we can't make Henry wait forever.
私たちが成長してるところを見せなくちゃ。シンだってこんな風に一応大人をやってるし。
I have to since I have a big sister wife now.
That sounds so stupid.
私でいいんだったら、いつでもお尻を蹴っ飛ばしてあげるよ。
You don't mean on my butt?
少しずつだけど、私たちは前に進んでる。人化の特効薬も実用段階に入ったし、過信の治療も終わりつつある。
The new Arcus project with the Ark. We're still in the preparation stages.
新しい時代はもう来てる。そして、それを担うのは、私たちなのよ。
Yeah, you're right. So much has happened. In the kingdom that was on the verge of destruction, they spent days believing that their mission was to protect Sosia. But that goal wasn't the end, and was only a starting point for an endless dream. Even so, they had no time to be discouraged. No, the changing winds of time felt refreshing while both Shin and Arya were enjoying their lives every day. Among those days, Shin thought of the friends he journeyed with while his life was on the line. Maltina analyzed the doll's black box from the materials left behind by Johan and worked on improving the AI, so they would be a demon partner that can be handled by non-alchemists as well. Investing her personal money, she created the Your Neighborhood Doll Foundation. What? Worked to show the use of dolls as partners for people and not as weapons. Friend who studied under Johan and Maltina became an upcoming alchemist and became the first demon partner to obtain a teacher's license. What? Even today, many scholars crowd his class where he refuses to be treated as an idol and simply takes care of his daily studies. Though the majority of the scholars were girls who liked cute things, which often frustrated Maltina. Of course, the rest of the scholars were taking their own paths for a brighter future. Rumors say Albertos also moved to the capital after the battle with the Destroyer was over. He was offered to teach at the Cagliostro Academy, but in the end he chose to open a private college on the outskirts of the city to teach the basics of alchemy to children. He seems to be building a good relationship with one of his scholars' mothers, who was also a widow. Oh, by the way, Arya, I just thought of something earlier.
また何か新しい発明？
Yeah, so the enhanced suit to operate an ore was on the agenda, right? How about we add a propeller to it?
何それ？面白そう！
Arya's eyes lit up as she lunged onto the topic. Shin was pleased by his wife's reaction and continued to talk. The two of them got into a heated debate for quite some time. Meanwhile, there was a female scholar who was secretly peeking into the room. Yeah, there's no room for me to get in between them. Letitia left with a disappointed mutter.
Is Letitia the reincarnation of Cornelia, bro? Fucking oh shit, bro. Can't be, right?
It can't be.
Unless
After that, Shin and Arya would spend the fulfilling time together. Then the Cagliostro Academy emblem. What the? Why are we in this screen? What? What the
There's a... What? There's a post-game? Maybe the ultimate challenge? I guess, yeah, there's a bonus dungeon with freaking... The difficulty is like the highest I've seen. And I'm guessing we can craft the weapons of the origins so that we can have the origins as part of the team. This game has a post game? What the fuck? Do I have to? I don't know if I want to do the post game, dude. Like, huh? Can I even craft all of this stuff here? I need orichalcum ore. Yeah, the crimson pelts already. I need one more horn of crimson blaze. Oh, we might need... Yeah, we're gonna need like another pair of crimson pelts. And another pair of orichalcum ore. Do we probably without no relation to easy part? Oh my god. Is there... These are just side stories, right? Like, okay, you know what? Fine. We'll do it. I need to craft how many? I need one horn. And then I need 2 pelts and 4 ores. 1, 2, and then 4 ores. Okay. And so we can craft the Crown of the Sun. Oh my god, there's an upgrade. Oh, so that means there's a farming map for the... So this is the farming map for the high tier materials, I guess. Okay. Because we never actually got to the... Actually, you know what? Let's save, because I want to see how much... Oh, it is 100%. Okay, so this is... Yeah, this is basically post-game. This is post-game stuff. Assuming like the game's over. Story-wise, this is like... Yeah, this is post-game, right? This is post-game content, basically. I'm just gonna craft these. And see where... this takes us. I'm not gonna do the free dungeon, but we're just gonna check out the character release stuff, I guess. What? There's no story. Oh, we just... Okay. I thought it was a story, but you just get the characters. Sure. Okay. So I guess we just have the whole gang now. So, what the fuck? We have all the origins now. Okay. Oh, there's an immediate theme that is censored. Maybe? I guess, but... Yeah, I guess this is it. The game's done. I don't want to do the free dungeon. I think we're done. Because the only other option now is like change difficulty and go to clear settings screen. I'm guessing this is if you want to start over. Actually, I'm just gonna take a save here first. Actually, we'll overwrite this.
let's just see where this one takes us. Go to peer settings screen. Let me know your upcoming plans. Oh, this is not voiced. Start game with new game plus data. This game has new game plus? Are you kidding me? What? I cannot imagine you'd want to go through like... I mean, okay, to be fair, like this does still have multiple endings. So like, I guess you would want to go through the game again to go through the other endings. But like, doing it on New Game Plus... You made it along the way. Okay, well, I'm just gonna load back to the epilogue here. So, that's it. That's the end of Alchemist of Ars Magna. Obviously, clearly there's like some post-game content, and apparently you can do New Game Plus it. Which I imagine means that you get to... I'm guessing you get to keep all of the equipment that you made. So you can go through the story with pretty much like overpowered gear, which is kind of silly. But yeah, that was all Alchemist of Ars Magna. This all started from like me just deciding I would play this visual novel that was in my library that I bought on sale. Or actually no, it was not on sale. I bought it on discount because I had like a discount voucher. Actually. My headphones are almost dead. It was almost done. Sorry about that. But yeah, this was just like a random whim. I just decided to play this because it was sitting in my library for a while, like almost more than a year after I bought it on with a voucher. Because like I had a voucher for like any game within a certain price range, so I was like trying to maximize the value of that, and like I just saw this as like it seemed interesting enough, and after playing through it, I have to say. And I've said this quite a few times already, is like the game is like fine, but the one of the main problems I guess is like the point of comparison for this would be other visual novels that came out like a decade ago. So it's definitely dated for what it is. And after playing through the entire story, there were a lot of points where I felt like they just dragged it on. Like there were so many times when I thought like the story was gonna end soon, and it was like not. So I feel like they dragged it on with like the whole, like they tacked on a few other like subplots onto it, which is like kind of whack, to be honest. Like they were like to be fair, a lot of the details were like tied in together well, but at the same time I feel like, you know, we could have finished the story a bit earlier, you know. But yeah, I'll probably not play this again. Well, I'm definitely not playing this again on stream, that's for sure, but I'm not gonna play this again off stream so soon with the R18 patch installed, because obviously it's a visual novel, it's still an R18 game. I'm gonna enjoy the heck out of it, like the complete experience off stream, but definitely not soon. I'll probably take a break from this because the farming is definitely just like mind-numbing. It's so whack. It's ass, man. The farming, definitely the farming in this game is like ass. Like what the fuck, man. I almost wish that it was more of a pure visual novel, like rather than having the whole RPG alchemy like minigame essentially. I wish they just made it like more of a pure visual novel that had like more choices throughout the story. Although to be fair, like some of the other pure visual novels that I played had like far less choices than this, I think. I remember I played Grisaya no Kajitsu, Fruit of Grisaya. Like, if I remember correctly, like the original Fruit of Grisaya only had like
it only had, I think, like, below, like, at most 10 choices? Here's an endless of the Venus. Yeah, that's true. It's not like this. But yeah, like, I will always say that about this this game is like the RPG mechanics are definitely like more distracting to the overall story than actually like a good part about the game is like ass. They should have just made it like a pure visual novel with choices. With like, I mean, obviously it already had choices, but like, I mean, have the choices be like the main driving thing in the game rather than, you know, go to dungeon, click some nodes, and then craft items. Like, but I guess they had to like fit the alchemy into the gameplay somehow, I guess. But also, like, there are a bunch of other alchemy-related visual novels that probably did it better. To be fair. But yeah, that's the end. I ended up going overtime by about 2 hours, so unfortunately it was not 3.5 hours spot. We went a bit over, but definitely, thankfully we didn't reach freaking 35 hours. I don't know why. 35 hours is too much still. I want to sleep. Yeah, considering like it was like almost 2.5 hours, like I definitely could have gone for like another session on the next week, but I just didn't want to drag on for much longer. Like I said, like the story felt like it was dragging towards the end, so probably better that I just finish it today. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna be it for today. For Saturday, we're gonna be going back to EU4. We're gonna start our next half campaign. I'm pretty excited for the next half campaign, honestly, because I get to try out like my own custom mod, and also I have some other ideas on how I want to handle the conversion, since I'm thinking rather than going all the way to 1821, we might end the EU4 portion earlier so that we convert at an earlier year, which means that we'll have more time in Victoria 3. But also it kind of helps to make sense of the fact that every time I do conversion, I have like everyone start as unrecognized. But yeah, I'm excited for the next half campaign. And then next week, the game that we're replacing Alchemist of Ars Magna for the slot will be Bunny Garden 2, since Spar bought it for me. Totally unexpectedly. Spar just bought the Bunny Garden 2, so I guess we're playing Bunny Garden 2. Unless, yeah, I'm kind of like thinking twice, because like we're going from one visual novel to another visual novel right away. But also it's like I don't really have like a good replacement slot. Like I could get more Arceus. I'm kind of thinking twice, because it's like going from one visual novel to another visual novel right away. I feel like we should have a break, and also like it's been a while since we played XCOM 2. I kind of want to go to the last game, which is XCOM Chimera Squad, but I don't know where. I don't know when I'm gonna fit it into the slot. Like, if I go Bunny Garden 2 next Thursday, and then we're keeping the half campaign on Saturday, that means that we have to wait until the Amalur run is finished before we can go into XCOM Chimera Squad. We call it the League of Legends with Friends. You know, like one of my friends actually asked me, like,
if I wanted to stream League Classic on my next stream, since since League Classic is out now. I'm just worried because like I don't want more like the weirdos showing up in chat, man. Like I swear, League is the only game like that where like if I stream League, there's gonna be weirdos in chat for some reason. Like, but we'll see. If that was only once, I hope so. But yeah, for now we'll stick to Bunny Garden 2 on Thursday, and then EU4 on Saturday. Depending on my friends, we'll see if I can like fit in like a League stream, or more likely a League video maybe. And I'm thinking of maybe just recording it first and seeing how that goes, and then we'll see if I can stream it some other time. Yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep now, and tomorrow, actually no, not tomorrow, but some other time off stream, I'm gonna install the R18 patch on this game and then play through the game again off stream so I can see the scenes. Anyway, that's gonna be it for today. Thanks to Steel and Spar for dropping by, and for everyone else, whenever you're watching from, whether it's live the VOD, whether it's on YouTube or on Twitch, have a good day and night. Take care. And I'll see you on Saturday for some EU4.